afternoon. My name is Vicki Wong, and I'd like to welcome you to the second annual Boston University School of Public Health Pharmaceutical Symposium. It's wonderful to see so many of you here today. Thank you for coming. The idea of an annual symposium was first conceptualized by Dr. Christopher Gill, the director of the Pharmaceuticals Program. His vision was that the symposium would represent a capstone event, a project that reflects the education and skills that us students have acquired during our time here at the School of Public Health. A key factor in this endeavor is ownership. The symposium is fully developed, organized, and executed by students. Many discussions in the past regarding pharmaceutical policy have included two major voices, that of the pharmaceutical industry and also of academia. As future consumers, and perhaps even policymakers, Dr. Gill recognized the value of having the voice of students in this conversation. With that in mind, the annual symposium. Sure, sorry about that. I'm just going to focus. Where was I? Okay, with that in mind, the annual symposium was created and serves just that purpose. The theme for this year's symposium is innovation and implementation, bringing new health technologies to the developing world. Assembled here today are a diverse group of industry and public health experts who will guide our discussion on the challenges of addressing unmet medical needs in low and middle income countries. The discussion is meant to function as an interactive format between panelists and audience members, an opportunity for everyone to share their ideas and thoughts. The spectrum of challenges facing the healthcare sector today in both developed and developing countries are broad and varied. As such, it will require the participation and collaboration of all stakeholders in order to improve equitable access to medicines and quality healthcare. We hope that this symposium will serve as a vehicle to generate the open dialogue needed in order to form a more synergistic relationship between the pharmaceutical industry and the public health field. Today's event would not have been possible without the support of the School of Public Health as well as the BU Center for Global Health and Development. I would like now to introduce Dr. Robert Meenan, who is the Dean of the School of Public Health and also professor in the Department of Health Policy and Management. Dean Meenan has directed the School of Public Health since 1992 and has provided the Pharmaceuticals Program with continued support since its inception. We are honored to have him here today to provide some introductory remarks. Dean Meenan.
Thank you, Vicki. I suspect my voice will carry a little bit better. Well, let me just join Vicki in welcoming all of you. It's good to see you here to help us consider these important topics.
I really would like to offer congratulations to Vicki and to her colleague, Karen Howard, for pulling this together with help of some other colleagues, I'm sure. I also want to provide a real shout out for Chris Gill and for Louis Cases, who's worked with him on this. They've really done a remarkable job of making this pharmaceutical program an important activity within the School of Public Health. So let me just say a few words from the perspective of the Dean of how I look at this program, both in the past and going forward. As a faculty member in health policy and management, and as a physician as well, I've always had two particular interests in this. One is, from my medical background, I recognize that unlike even 50 years ago, we're at a point now where medicines, vaccines, other pharmaceuticals are very effective. It's hard to remember how short a history we have of effective medications and multiple vaccines. And those modalities can really have an effect on population health. So this dichotomy of public health is here and medicine is over here is less and less true. And the more public health looks at aspects of medicine like pharmaceuticals, the better both sides will be. The other part of it, from wearing my health policy management hat, if you will, is that the classic triad of cost, access, and quality/effectiveness, which we look at healthcare services broadly defined, are very, very relevant to all the conversations we would have about pharmaceuticals and vaccines and so forth. So it really makes for a nice microcosmic model, if you will, of these broader questions in health policy management. Secondly, I would just comment on how I see this working within the School of Public Health. We've had a number of interests in the School of Public Health, which this pharmaceuticals program has addressed very nicely. One, quite frankly, is a recognition of the importance of focusing on career opportunities for our students. We realize that students are here to get a master's degree, and most of them, and then go out and get productive, interesting jobs. And the pharmaceuticals program has always had that as part of its conceptualization and design. And I was just talking to a couple of the students. The other thing I see happening here is that the pharmaceuticals program has become a wonderful model for us of a true multidisciplinary, multi-departmental program. And I think 4 of our departments are active participants: international health, health policy management, epidemiology, and biostatistics. And it's given us a new way to think about these things. And just in a meeting we had with Chris Gill the other day, we could really start to conceptualize the likelihood that the pharmaceuticals program could become its own concentration within the Masters of Public Health program and serve as a model for multiple other concentrations that we may well add: global epidemiology, public health informatics, things like that. So it's been great to have this not only be successful in its own right, but to start to serve as a model for other things that we can do within the School of Public Health. So from both a health policy management perspective as a physician, and also from a School of Public Health perspective as a dean, this program has been a great success and is on a wonderful trajectory. So what I'd like to do now is call on Dr. Jonathan Simon to make a few remarks and introduce our speaker for the first session. John is the department chair of the Department of International Health in the School of Public Health. He's also the director of the Boston University Center for Global Health and Development. John?
Thanks, Bob. I think one of the other things that I have the good fortune is that when Chris Gill, who was a member of our faculty and then left to join industry for a number of years, called me and said, I'd be willing to think about coming back to academia. I realized that Chris actually gave us a very clear example of the remarks I'd like to make in advance of introducing our keynote speaker. And that is, I think one of the great strengths and one of the goals of our pharmaceutical program is not only to bring the importance of pharmaceutical issues into the public health realm. And as many of you know, once you get done paying your personnel bill in a health system, your drug bill is probably the second biggest line item in your budget. But it's really an opportunity, I think, to break down what increasingly are recognized as false dichotomies. In the old days, if you went to big pharma, you'd gone to the dark side, right? And you had left academia. But now, in fact, people can move back and forth between because, in fact, it's a false dichotomy in the commitment to improving healthy populations. And what we wanted to do was actually expose our students to the reality of the world, which is actually confronting a very globalized environment and a very interdisciplinary notion. And the notion that the commercial sector was disconnected from the public sector. The notion that, as I said, academics wouldn't be in the industry side of it. And I think most importantly, what I think the PhRMA program has offered us as a model in the school is the opportunity to sit in the same classroom. A student whose goal is to join industry as a scientist, as a regulator, as a policy person, to be sitting in the same classroom with a student whose goal is to join a multilateral organization or to join an NGO with an explicit social justice mission, and to realize that the similarities are often far greater than the differences. And although all of us need to be attentive to the role of the pharmaceutical industry and the role of the academic university in this constructive debate and often historically tension-filled debate, that in fact the world is moving on. And I hope that we're actually, through this program, beginning to train a set of students with a little more nuance, a little more sophistication, a little more savviness, and a little more openness to the legitimate roles that both play in improving, both sectors play in improving the health of populations. Our keynote speaker, frankly, is a great choice to sort of reinforce this theme, because as I was hanging out before the meeting started, Vaz came up to me and said, you know, we've met, and here's our common point. And Vaz and I actually share, my mentor, Richard Cash, to him, a close friend, but one of the public health professionals in Boston who worked on the development of the oral rehydration therapy technology, is in common interest and friend. And Vaz spent some of his time when he was in training here in Boston working on the global equity activities at Harvard University. So our keynote speaker is somebody who both knows the university side of it. He was trained here in Boston at both Harvard Medical and at the Kennedy School with a master's in public policy, but now also has that industry perspective. In some ways, he's a mirror image of Chris, only he hasn't come back yet to work for us. So that's the job offer that's pending, Vaz. When you're ready to leave the industry sector, we do welcome people like you back into the academic environment. So our keynote speaker, Vaz Narasimhan, as I said, is a physician, but also trained in public policy. He currently is the global head of vaccine development for Novartis Vaccine and Diagnostics. And if you think about it, you know, and I run a research group, and I thought our portfolio was big. We have about 56 or 57 studies going currently. Vaz is trying to manage a portfolio of 100 clinical trials and 25 products. So it's a big, I know it's a big portfolio to try and keep track of. He's played a number of different roles within the industry, as many industry people do, running a meningitis product line for a while, being in the marketing side, having a variety of experiences. And I welcome him as our keynote speaker. Though I was not given a title for your talk, Vaz, I'm going to have to welcome you and allow you to introduce your talk yourself. Thanks, everybody.
Great, and thanks for the introduction, and it's wonderful to be here with you all today. Chris and I had the opportunity to work together for a few years at Novartis Vaccines and Diagnostics, so it's especially gratifying to see him and all of the success he's having come back. And I would want to commend Boston University. I'm not aware of other schools that have pharmaceutical science programs. So when I was a student here in Boston at Harvard Medical School, I had the opportunity to work with people who were interested in social justice, Paul Farmer, Jim Kim. I worked for many years with Richard Cash and Lincoln Chen. And at the time, there was a view that going to industry was going to the dark side. In fact, no one could even conceive of it. And I can't say that it was my vision to end up in the pharmaceutical industry. It sort of happened. But today I stand before you running an organization of 1,000 people who devote their lives to developing vaccines for the world, and in some ways living a dream. And it's only because I had some mentors who were willing to encourage me to go across sectors that I have this opportunity today. So what I'd like to talk to you about is a little bit about where the industry, I believe, is heading in the future in addressing the needs of the developing world. So if I could have the slides, I'm not sure. It's funny, the last time I met John was actually in Arusha, Tanzania. That's the last time I remember. So certainly it's a great honor to also be introduced by John here today. So the title of my talk is Reaching All Populations as a Core Business. And the argument I'd like to make today is we're at the cusp of a real evolution in how the industry is approaching the needs of the developing world. I'll walk you through how I believe that evolution has happened over the last 30 years and where I think it's going. First, I wanted to give a little bit of context, and the Dean gave you some of that perspective earlier. Now, vaccines as an intervention have had one of the most remarkable impacts on public health, perhaps other than clean water. As you can see here from this infographic, this is the United States data. You can see on the right-hand side of the slide the level of a whole host of diseases that were present in the United States pre the vaccine era. And you can see now today what's happened to many of those. And that story is also a story we see all around the world. A remarkable reduction of disease from the industry developing vaccines and ultimately bringing them to market and launching them globally. Have we done it in the best possible way? Probably not, in that we didn't reach all populations as quickly as we could or should have. But I think the impact here is enormous. But the other piece of context I think it's important to think about as you think about how does the industry approach these problems is the challenge of actually developing a drug. And I've had to now come up against this in a very real way as we try to manage this portfolio and deal with filings all around the world. For one vial of a clear solution that comes out of a very large factory, and the factories often cost us $500 million to $1 billion to build, it takes 15 years. It takes a lot of R&D expenditure. There's a lot of debate. Actually, the EU has done a lot of the work on how much does it really cost to bring a drug to market. Frankly, whether it's $750 million or $1.5 billion, it's a lot of money to actually get it over the line. The number of clinical trials, production facilities. One of the interesting things that I've had to learn in the past few years is regulatory filings. We file close to 10,000 documents and 250,000 pages of regulatory filings that all have to be cross-linked to one another electronically when we press send to EMA or CBER. And just the exercise of trying to coordinate all of those documents has become an industry in and of itself. And then, of course, we have all the man-hours and standard operating procedures that goes into that single vial of clear liquid that comes out of the factory. It's one of the most staggering things. You stand in front of a vaccines factory, and it's so big. And in the end, after all of that, there's just before filling, a container of clear solution. All of this work to get to a container of clear solution. But that's because we need to understand every single thing that's going on in solution and what will happen in the people that receive the vaccine. Now, historically, the industry's worked on three traditional models, and I'll walk you through those models. And I think those models have also paralleled how the industry's approached the developing world and thought about it, both from a management side of things, but also because I think wisely there have been pressure groups that have challenged how the industry has approached these problems. I would say first, and still foremost with the largest impact, are drug donation programs. These are programs where we take drugs that were ultimately developed for completely other purposes, in some cases for veterinary products, in some cases for human use, and ultimately learn that they have a significant impact, often on parasitic diseases, in some cases bacterial infections, and we donate them on large scale. Onchocerciasis or river blindness being the most well-known example with ivermectin. There are other examples here: African sleeping sickness, leprosy, schistosomiasis. That's actually John Hopkins, I think one of the most renowned experts on disease eradication in the world. But these donation programs have had tremendous impact. I mean, close to, I think annually now, 3 billion doses of product flow through these donation programs to address these issues. Now, I think the impact has been remarkable. I'll give you a Novartis example. Most of the examples here I'll cite are Novartis examples. Of course, there are great examples across the whole industry. These are the cases of leprosy annually. Novartis donates 3 drugs required for the multi-drug therapy of leprosy. Leprosy is, of course, a disease from ancient times, a debilitating disease, deforming disease. And you can see here with the black lines a reduction in leprosy cases through the Global Leprosy Program, which Novartis works with the WHO on annually. A staggering reduction. We believe that in years to come we could potentially eliminate, not eradicate, but eliminate leprosy cases from the world. So an extraordinary achievement. But of course the problem is we've probably run out of finding the drugs that can be applied in this way. The challenges that we still have are much more difficult to conquer, and it's going to take real innovation in drug development specifically for these pathogens or other diseases that we'll talk about to actually address the need in these countries. The second model is what I would call addressing the global unmet need, which almost all vaccines do. This is a child receiving the rotavirus vaccine, or rotavirus drops. 2 rotavirus vaccines were licensed in between 2006 and 2008. And with rotavirus, you have a great example, a disease that's found in the United States at relatively low incidence. a disease that's found in the developing world at relatively high case rates, and that was introduced globally. And here I think the story is mixed. I think we've got great interventions that we've developed. We often launch them first in the US and Europe, but then the issue is diffusion. In many cases, these vaccines typically have a 5 to 10 year lag between when they're available in the US and Europe and when they're available in Latin America, and Africa, and Asia. Rotavirus is actually a very good example. Part of the reason rotavirus is a good example is because of Gavi, the Global Alliance for Vaccines initiative, which has, I think, helped this diffusion by subsidizing the ability of countries to actually purchase the vaccine. For this kind of model, with tiered pricing and the intervention of global NGOs like the Global Fund, there is the opportunity to speed up the diffusion. But still, the industry mindset is to develop, we're working on a vaccine right now, a vaccine for Group B streptococcus, which would have tremendous impact on neonatal mortality in Africa. But first and foremost, we must get the licensure in the US. Then to enable our investments to actually build up our factory and then send it around the world. So this model has a problem with lag time. And I think it will improve by the initiatives that primarily the Gates Foundation has started, but it will take time. The third example would be when we actually develop a drug or an intervention specifically for the populations of the developing world. This is an example of pediatric coartem, an artemisinin combination therapy that Novartis developed with the Medicines for Malaria venture, specifically for children. The issue here is that there was artemisinin combination therapies developed for adults, but often children were not able to take the relatively large pills for the 5 days required to actually have the treatment have the effect. Novartis actually then developed a formulation of the drug that could be solubilized in liquid, enabling the children to actually be able to simply drink a solution. I think it's cherry flavored. So it works reasonably well. Again, this was a subsidized initiative with the Medicines for Malaria venture. And I think it's also one of the limitations of the model. Currently, whether it's GSK's malaria vaccine trials, this intervention, or some others that have happened in recent years, it takes the public-private partnerships, often supported by foundations, to enable the industry to meet our investment hurdle to actually make the investments in programs like this. Now you look at the global volume of ACT treatments. ACTs are probably now, for the pharmaceutical industry, one of the most, from a volume standpoint, most significantly produced drugs on the planet. The industry currently produces 309 million doses of ACTs. Novartis produces about 80 million doses annually. There's no drug that we produce more of in our factories than ACTs. These are purchased for subsidized prices with the WHO, not donated. So a model where I think now the opportunity is to build, and Novartis has actually been studying this model to think through, well, how could we then evolve this to actually begin to develop products specifically for these markets? And that's why I think what we're going to see in the years to come, and perhaps we can discuss over the course of the day, is moving to business-driven models. The reality is for the pharmaceutical industry, the growth is slowing in our traditional markets, US, Europe, wealthy countries. These markets are seeing growth rates in the low single digits, so in 1 to 3%. Stock markets are expecting higher rates of return in order to actually allow the industry to continue to have capital to expand. Just to give you an example, the pharmaceutical industry, for those of you who understand stock market terminology, used to have price to earnings ratios in the high teens. Now it's around 7 to 9, maybe 10, depending on the company you pick, which is closer to a cement company. And so you can see that there's been a staggering shift because the growth has been slowing down quite significantly. So what I think that means is we're going to now be looking as an industry around the world for future growth opportunities. And that growth is invariably coming from Asia and Africa, and as well as Latin America. Just to illustrate the point, this is 2015 projected GDP with cartography tools that actually enable us to size the countries based on their contribution to global GDP. And what you can see here is Asia, the pivot to Asia has already happened. Asia is where the growth is, the fastest growing markets. The industry, as I'll show you some examples later, has pivoted towards Asia in a big way. Most of the build-up in new factories and R&D investment has happened in Asia over the last 5 years. You know here, Africa, of course, is very small as a contribution to GDP. But that's part of the story, because this is, I think, the story that in some ways has already happened. It will continue to unfold over the next 5 to 10 years. But there's another story that's unfolding that I think is increasingly getting more and more news. And that's the explosion of the middle class in Africa. From numerical terms, more individuals will enter the middle class in Africa than in any other part of the world. And that's going to have big implications for how the industry invests, how entire business ventures, biotech organizations build up in Africa as these markets actually come to fruition. And you can see here by 2025, you have close to 1 billion people in Africa reaching the threshold of being above the poverty line, and 475 that would be classified by the World Bank as middle-class consumers, which is big, and certainly bigger than the U.S. Is today. The other shift that I think has had much attention, particularly with the global burden of disease being recently published, is the shift towards non-communicable diseases. I think it's been well discussed, I'm sure discussed in more systematic and eloquent terms in the School of Public Health. But there's no question from an industry standpoint, most of our investment is not in infectious diseases, of course, in non-communicable diseases. And there is tremendous opportunity to adapt either existing drugs or develop new ones for the needs of the developing world or the emerging markets globally. One example that, and I'll walk you through a few examples of how the industry is making these shifts. This is a diagram of our R&D center we're currently building in Shanghai that will be solely devoted to diseases in Asia. This will be our second largest research facility to the one that's here in Cambridge, and not by much, almost as big. And it's purely driven by the fact that now we see the diseases of Asia and diseases affecting Asian populations as core to our business. Not something where we apply something that we discover in Cambridge and then try to adapt later on. We actually want to develop in Asia, do the studies in Asia, and then launch the products in Asia. We're not alone in this. I think almost every major company, if you drive down this road here in Shanghai, you'll see R&D centers being built left and right. It's a similar story in Hyderabad. If you've ever been around Hyderabad, there's an explosion in these kinds of centers. And I think the industry, as I said, has pivoted to Asia. But what's interesting is that the innovation is being done locally, as opposed to being adapted from the U.S. The second area is manufacturing. And one of the challenges, of course, in moving to Asia is how will you actually bring the cost base of your manufacturing down to a level where you can actually have the products become affordable for the, if not the bottom of the pyramid, the lower third of the pyramid, if you know the bottom of the pyramid terminology that is currently being used to describe the global poor. This is a Cameroonian pharmaceutical firm called Sinpharma, where Novartis has partnered to actually invest and begin to provide drug bulk product and actually begin to produce locally in Cameroon. I can tell you 10 years ago this would never happen, not even 5 years ago. Now we and the rest of the industry is actively looking for opportunities to invest in Africa for local production of pharmaceuticals, which will change the cost structure, which I think is also important for creating jobs and creating industries, industrial clusters in different parts of Africa. The other example here, this is a vaccine company from not rural China, but let's call it near rural China, there are many times, that we recently acquired in order to give us a low-cost vaccine manufacturing base to supply Asia. The TY Biopharma, and it's staggering to see from a quality standpoint what we'll need to do to get these firms up to international standards, which is, I think, one of the challenges. But one now that the industry is taking on. I think 5 years ago the industry would have said it's not worth the investment. The other trend is how do you reach the consumer or the patients? Now, traditionally here we have a very medical-centric model, but as well known and certainly in the work in international health here, I'm sure, is you actually, in these parts of the world, have to be much more of a foot soldier to get deep into the villages to actually reach those in need. These are three examples from Novartis. Again, they exist across the industry of different models to get our generic drugs, in this case for the most part, further into the population base in these countries. So we have set up a number of, we call them African health shops. Most of these are focused on our anti-malarial drugs. But actually creating centers where we can create access points much further into rural areas. The second is Arogya Parivar, which is, I think now, a pretty large initiative that we have that currently reaches about 50 million people in rural India, Kenya, and Tanzania, where we basically fund community health workers to ensure that people are educated about the various conditions and have access to medical care. And then actually we're beginning to develop, similar to what the consumer packaged goods companies, if you go to India, here you buy a big jug of Tide, right, for cleaning your clothes. In India, you can buy just a small satchel, right, to use one time. Similarly, in rural areas, people don't want to buy or often cannot afford a big bottle of whatever hypertension medication or diabetes medication that we're that we're producing. So now what we're actually doing is creating packs that are much smaller and much more affordable to the rural poor. And then similarly in China, we have a number of initiatives now promoting health in rural schools. These are all, I think, in their nascency, and they have a long way to go. But I think it shows that now we're making substantial investments as an industry to figure out how can we actually make these technologies accessible to the poorer end of the spectrum. And then finally, I think this is the big unknown. This is the vaccines example, but there is, of course, the rapid expansion of local industrial players in these markets. These are just some of the vaccine companies that I would say are at relative scale who produce vaccines around the world. The Brazilian companies are well known. South Africa, but there are others within southern Africa and the sub-Saharan belt. Of course, in Asia, a large number of vaccine firms. How these firms will evolve to these changing market dynamics, I think, is another interesting and open question. And certainly, one of the things that's happening, a few of the companies over there, Shanta and BioE, have been purchased by big vaccine manufacturers to try to get a position in low-cost manufacturing for India. So I'll close just with one thought. I mean, obviously, put forward a number of different ideas. The big question comes back to equity and global equity, because I think as we look at this at Novartis and the discussions we've had, we're certain that the models I've talked about will reach, let's call it the 10 to 30% of the pyramid. But can we reach the bottom 10%, the poorest of the poor, from an industry standpoint? Because then the return on investment starts to become so difficult to actually make these interventions affordable. That's a challenge. And I think the key thing is that as we march forward in all of these markets, whether it's Africa or Asia, that we also remember how are we going to think through those that are left behind. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Boz, for that insightful keynote address. I think you touched on a lot of topics of interest and ideas that I'm sure we will want to elaborate on in the panel discussion to follow. At this time, though, we'll open up the floor to the audience for questions that you'd like to ask Boz regarding the keynote address. And if you could please stand up and make your way to the microphone, that would be great as well.
At the Department of International Health. A question, Boz. So there's always a tension between trying to get prices to the lowest part of the pyramid and intellectual property policy. Can you talk a little bit about what your IP policy is? Because clearly that's the main driver still now of the pharmaceutical industry, bringing back the profits and the rent to build up your R&D. So talk about, if you can, talk about innovation and your IP policy, how that matches what you said about the bottom of the pyramid.
So I think it's a very important point. I mean, a lot of where I think this is going to start is in consumer, let's call it OTC or over-the-counter medications and generics, right? Because those are relatively safe areas to play. And there's so much we could still do by giving large-scale access to off-patent medications. Novartis is the second largest generics company in the world. And we have tremendous scale to be able to make high-quality generic medications at prices that are very affordable. So I think that's the first part of the story. I think for patented medications, it's going to be interesting. Can we actually close the timeline gap? Because right now, of course, you see the long timeline for many of the drugs that I talked about earlier on in the talk, because we wait for the patent to become close enough to expiry that then you can actually price them at a much lower level. I think it's going to change. I don't know how fast it's going to change, but I certainly think there will be more aggressive tiered pricing of the existing patented medications. Will it reach the poorest of the poor through tiered pricing without substantial subsidies from the Global Fund and Gavi? I don't know. I mean, I think it will be tough. I mean, one of the challenges we face all the time, we often in discussions with the Gates Foundation about vaccines, is, you know, it just costs so much to actually develop a vaccine now, with the regulatory standards being taken higher and higher and higher. And so when you make a huge capital outlay, you have to remember the investors in a company like ours, their choice is not Africa versus the US for a drug. Do I invest in Google, or do I invest in Novartis, who's chasing, you know, something that we no longer think generates an adequate return? And I think that's a struggle. I mean, one of the things, as John mentioned, my background in global health is I have to sit in front of investors who frankly don't care about this. They care about their return. And that's where the conversation becomes a little difficult. So, just a few thoughts.
Give a good example of how Novartis is investing in China, the Shanghai site, and not only having manufacturing, but actually R&D take place there. And you also mentioned how really Asia, the market, is already developed. So they're not that ahead of the game in terms of a lot of build up there. And you gave the great example on R&D, and it takes 15 years to really move from discovery to product. And with the example of Africa's middle class, is the industry really being aggressive enough in actually getting ahead of where the markets are developing for locating R&D? Is there other efforts that we can do to encourage that?
I think it's a good point. I think everybody now in the industry, that we're taking very much a herd mentality, is certainly sprinting to chase after Africa. Because I think in some ways the Asian race has already not played out in full, but there's already a big arms race in Asia. The part of the world where the arms race hasn't happened yet is Africa. And I think Africa also presents challenges that Asia doesn't present necessarily from an infrastructure standpoint. So I think, I think the industry will catch up, and I think it will happen pretty quickly, because obviously we have scale and we can invest. I think what will be interesting to see is, can the industry adapt to the African, realities, or are local firms going to be better at it? That would be the question. Other questions?
Thank you for your talk. My question was regarding the specific example you gave about packaging and compared it to something like Tide. But the difference with Tide is that in the next month, if they cannot afford to buy it, you don't need to. But something as chronic as hypertension, how do you now make the leap from affording one dose of medication to chronically being able to take that?
It's a good question, and it comes back to insurance and how do you actually develop and work with these community-based insurance schemes, of course, have popped up all around India. And that's the approach we're trying to take to make it more sustainable, so that with the insurer backing, we can provide the medication for a fixed period of time, and therefore ensure that a patient doesn't start on hypertension med and then come off it. I would say these are all the challenges of trying to figure this out. I think with most of these things, the industry will always start to these small-scale experiments and try to figure out if they can take it to scale. But I think it's a good point. I mean, it's going to be, can we find an insurance mechanism that works for the people in the village, that works for the insurer, that works for the company, that makes this sustainable? The answer is we don't know yet.
Actually, you have one, but I'll go to the mic. That's not on this side, I think.
For the past decade, we've seen historically unprecedented, maybe 15 years, resource flows into global health. We have Gavi. We have malaria medicines initiative. We have the Gates Foundation being willing to put a tremendous amount of money into vaccine development. But that isn't really within the business model of pharma. They have been great benefactors of the global resources that have been brought to bear. And I'm questioning, I guess for you, is if the global money dries up in the special initiatives, will your firm be able and willing to stay in the game?
So, interestingly, I would say that right now the vast majority of profit for a vaccine company is from U.S., Europe, and developed markets. It's basically what we're able to do is take our factories to scale, right? So a good example, let's say, is hip influenza. A full-scale hip manufacturing facility can make about 100 million doses. For the U.S. and Europe, you need about, if you were to own the whole market, which no player does, but if you were, you need about 30 million doses. So you can take the manufacturing to scale, and that 70 million doses is then what is flowing to the WHO, Gavi, all these other markets. So in those cases, I think it is sustainable. Whether they come in or leave, if Gavi were to leave, I think there would still be adequate production capacity to figure out some sort of model. What I don't know is for things like malaria, for things like TB, we have a great example. We have a great paratyphoid vaccine, paratyphoid vaccine that I would love to develop. But without the support of Gates, would we be able to develop those vaccines? Probably not, no. We would not be able to make the investment case for malaria, paratyphoid, all of the other diseases of the poor, where we have good vaccine technologies in early stage research, but it's only been able to be brought forward because of an effective subsidy from the Gates Foundation. And I think innovation would dry out very quickly. I think it would be very, very tough. Great, so thank you.
We're just going to take a few minutes to transition to our panel discussion. We go into this. So before we begin, we'll have each panelist provide a brief introduction of themselves. Seema, would you like to start out, please?
Sure.
Can you hear me? So my name is Seema Basu, and I'm an associate director in research, renters, and licensing, which is basically the technology transfer office for Partners Healthcare, which comprises of academic medical centers like Mass General Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and other Partners Hospitals. And just so that when you have questions for me, I will explain what a tech transfer office does. We pretty much manage intellectual property, and when I say intellectual property, it means patents, know-how, copyrights, tangible materials that are discovered by our clinicians and PhD researchers that might be solutions for unmet needs and underlying problems in medical technology. And we, as an academic medical center, don't actually make the drug or the device or the product or the diagnostic product. We partner that with a commercial entity, a pharma or a small startup or a mid-sized company, as a license to that intellectual property to develop that commercial product that for impacting patient care. And our mission is impacting patient care. And sometimes we're at odds with the industry, but only for a short period of time, because it is absolutely critical to partner with industry and to be aligned. Otherwise, we cannot achieve the goal of impacting patient care. And relevant to today's panel, so for example, in my daily life, I manage and support intellectual property and research activities for an institute called Raygon Institute. It's a unique institute in that it's an institute of MGH, MIT, and Harvard, which, talking about how funding supports something, I can tell you more about it, where it was founded on philanthropic gift money, addressing very specific early, if you think of drug development from discovery to product launch, it's at the step 0, how to support it at that step. So I'm happy to be on the panel today and share perspectives of how an academic tech transfer office perceives trying to get global equity and creating access for our technologies to actually be developed and address needs in low and middle income countries. From my office particularly, we have two interesting local Boston area startup companies, and I'd be happy to tell you nuances about those stories as you embark on seeing how you can make an impact. Those stories might help you understand how you can build a business case for developing world needs and how the tech transfer office can work with you. Our philosophy is be customized based on the partner, the technology, and the exact business plan. Thanks.
Hi everyone, my name is Jonathan Baer. I'm a Senior Director at Enlight Biosciences, and also thank you for the invitation to come and speak. So I'm one step up in the innovation economy from SEMO. Basically what we do at Enlight is we create new companies. We do that mostly by taking academic technologies and translating them into new businesses. We start with a need, we identify a need, we recruit a group of scientific thought leaders, innovators, industry experts, and work with them to either identify or create a solution to that need, which we then commercialize. We act as the interim management team, put in seed financing, and move that company forward. So that's our underlying business model. What's unique about what we do at Enlight is we do that with funding from the pharmaceutical industry, and actually a syndicate of pharmaceutical company partners. We have 7 current partners in Enlight: Merck, Pfizer, Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, Abbott, Novo Nordisk, and AstraZeneca. And each of them have contributed funding so that we can invest in certain technology spaces that help enable drug discovery and development. We call them pre-competitive spaces, but that includes everything that's not an individual therapeutic. So drug delivery, informatics, imaging, even therapeutic discovery platforms. And I think what might be more relevant today is that model was created because the proper economic incentives didn't exist to create companies in those spaces otherwise. So there was unmet need, the industry could benefit from these technologies, but we had to create a new economic model that overcame the traditional barriers to investing in these sorts of technologies. And I think that's perhaps what's most relevant in what we do for the discussion today. So prior to working at Enlight, where I've been the last 2 years, I was with PureTech Ventures. PureTech and Enlight are very closely associated. PureTech is basically the non-strategic venture group that helps create Enlight with the pharmaceutical industry. Prior to that, I was trained as a scientist. I have a PhD in biological engineering, and I never thought I would end up in industry as well. But I think, learning on the job and learning while I was in academia, there is no other way to get a drug to the market currently except through industry at some point. And I think that handoff point is changing, and how public-private partnerships take place, and how philanthropic funding is participating in that process is all changing, and that integration is changing, but at some point you need industry. So that's my story.
Hi, I'm Beverly Brown. I'm Director of Development for the Center for Global Health and Development, but I started my life also as a PhD biochemist, and I went directly into industry developing life science tools and pharmaceuticals, radiopharmaceuticals, radiodiagnostics, as well as tools for developing drugs. I've been here at Boston University at the center for over 3 years, and very excited about the work I'm doing here. I think, is this a good time? We can do the slides, yeah. I just wanted to say a few words as really the token academic representation on this panel to discuss just briefly the types of things that universities can bring to this conversation, and to encourage more partnership between the various stakeholders and individuals involved in this. So, she's turning on, that's okay. So there's really 5 areas that I'm just going to touch on very briefly. That is the general university research landscape, which of course it's biased by discussing me because that's where I am. But in order to tackle any of these problems in global health, we actually have to have a very multidisciplinary approach to it. We can't be siloed. We just can't keep it in one place. Now, there are a number of academic products that are relevant to this discussion today, and I'll touch on each of those. And I think there's actually some interesting academic models for technology transfer that we can talk about that encourage activities in developing countries that are different than what we can do for developed country customers and markets. Also, just want to touch on a unique corporate case that's focused on removing the barriers of access for pharmaceuticals, and some thoughts on the future. So we'll go through. We already done it. The slides, so we'll do that quickly. And in this very colorful slide, which is hard to see with our heads there, but it talks about the various schools at Boston University, for example, that represents disciplines. That is, even law is in this conversation, communications, public health, social work, education. Of course, business is in the conversation, rehabilitation, engineering. So probably about half of the schools at a place as diverse as Boston University actually has activities that can contribute to this conversation in a concrete way. For example, lawyers who focus on intellectual property can talk about the fact that when you're looking at a developed country market where you're actually selling to the end user, the person that's going to use the product, it's very different when you're selling to an NGO that's distributing it free. And then how do you look at markets? How do you actually go forward and figure out what your customer base will be? What are our products? That is, the academic products. Well, obviously the research. I mean, we're early, middle, and late. We can be involved in clinical trials. We can also be involved in finding the markers on the infectious agents or whatever. Also, we have products around the kind of work we do as unbiased sorts of evaluators of what the real needs are, actually can inform policy, can change how WHO sets up its guidelines and have a big impact on programs. And the most important product a university can provide is actually capacity. That is, educating people from developing countries, leaders, students, the whole mix on what the best practices are and how to take these leadership skills that they gain by interacting with the university back to their country and thereby improving how they tackle these problems. In terms of novel academic models, and I'm not going to say that we're unique in the world because they certainly haven't done a scientific study, but at Boston University, we've developed a policy where if an invention is solely applicable in a developing country, we will not actually file a patent. Somewhat self-serving because, of course, we can't afford to do international filing all over the world. But if there's really no developed country market, that we will leave that as open technology for others to adopt and expand and develop their own IP on. We also have adopted a socially responsible licensing policy that does give different terms depending on the markets that are intended. And then partnering, we partner extensively with corporations to help them expand the indications for their pharmaceuticals or their diagnostics in developing countries. And I'll throw this out there, this isn't BU, but it's an academic model, and there has been created by Unitaid the medicines patent pool, whereby pharmaceuticals can put their patents into this to make them more inexpensively available for treating illnesses such as TB, such as AIDS, such as malaria. And finally, various universities actually keep scorecards of how pharmaceuticals are doing. Interestingly, Unitaid's funding, 70% of it comes from an airline tax that we all apparently pay when we fly internationally, which I think is a very novel way to think about how to raise money for developing countries. Now, just very quickly, this is with one caveat. I haven't had a chance to verify everything in terms of how this really works for Gilead, but in my research for this discussion, I discovered that they actually, for their size, where they're very much smaller than Novartis, for their size, they're actually a peer leader in terms of providing access to HIV drugs and actually now other types of drugs. And they do, for their branded drugs, they have a tiered structure. And yes, if you're living in a developed country, you're paying a heck of a lot more for that drug than in low income. There's actually no profit margin on that, zero. And in terms of low middle income, there's this very small profit margin. And the question I need to ask them is how in the world do they pay for all the development that went into those pharmaceuticals? But they're very generous in terms of getting their licenses out to generics. They've got 7 or 8 manufacturers that they work with in India as well as South Africa. And in terms of royalties, they extract only 3% of the revenues. Many of these generic manufacturers will, if it's a single drug, will put it together in a 3 and 4 drug combination, and so they get that 3% of that combination. And also they work very closely with these generic manufacturers to transfer the technology rapidly. Another piece of it is that as of this moment, at least publicly known, They're the only member of the medicines patent pool, and none of the other pharmaceuticals are members of this. And they have a commitment to, as soon as their actual branded products are FDA approved, to accelerate their penetration into developing countries. They work very closely with regional business partners as well for implementation, for compliance, and education, frankly. And they're always working on innovative ways to try to make things more affordable. So finally, being a development person, I always see the barriers as being financial. I think that's still one of the largest barriers here in terms of funding drug discovery. It was touched on by boss earlier, funding this distribution access and creating affordable drugs, and actually removing any barriers there are to compliance and encouraging compliance. That's a big piece that may not be touched on too much here. And how do we actually increase the global effort to develop these drugs? At some point, we just heard that there's a burgeoning middle class in many of these countries. What should these countries be doing in terms of contributing to some of reducing the development costs or contributing to that financially? And the WHO even suggests that a small percentage of all countries' GDPs should be devoted to developing drugs for these neglected diseases, so a tax, if you will. And how do we become more efficient in how we use our aid? That's a big issue and a challenge, because some have suggested that as much as only 10 cents on a dollar actually gets to where it needs to go for a lot of really good reasons, and not all of them are always around corruption or any of those issues, but just the dissipated nature of aid. And then how do we encourage the development of new technologies and the adoption of new technologies such as mobile health that can actually change the paradigm on how we deliver healthcare and how we can encourage compliance. And with that, I'll stop. That's all I wanted to say. There's questions later. Thanks.
Good afternoon, I'm Ankur Sharma. Well, I'm not a global head of a pharma company, neither am I a PhD. So, hello. Nervous moments. So like I said, I'm not a global head of a pharma company, neither am I a PhD. So I'm basically a second semester MPS student looking for a practicum. I'm honored to be sitting amongst distinguished stalwarts in the industry, and I hope my tie and suit works. But my background, I'm doing my health policy and management. I'm in my second semester, and I'm doing the pharmaceutical program. Before coming to BU, I was working as a physician in India, and I would be happy to give a perspective why India is an emerging market and what strategy for the pharma would be good, and a lot of political questions there. And yes, I would like to thank Vicky and Kara for putting up this great event, and Chris, because Chris has been a star of this program. He's been encouraging, and thank you, Chris, for the program. And before I end and open up for panel discussions, I have friends from Pakistan here, so I'm going to refer India as South Asia. So I'm being politically correct.
Thank you, Ankur. Ten times is a charm, apparently, not 3 today. So I apologize for that. Thank you so much for all of your wonderful introductions. Just to start off the panel discussion, I'll ask the first question. And this is something that Boz touched on quite a bit in his keynote address. And that is that currently we're seeing a shift in the medical and public health needs in developing countries. Communicable disease, such as HIV and TB, obviously remain a real threat. However, non-communicable diseases, including chronic conditions of cardiovascular disease and diabetes, which share similar to indications in developed countries, are also becoming the majority of disease burden. And actually, according to the WHO, non-communicable diseases are by far the leading cause of death in the world, representing almost 63% of all annual deaths. And approximately 80% of all NCDs, deaths occur in low and middle income countries. So with that being said, my question is regarding the broad industry portfolio strategy, where is the focus between these two disease areas? In other words, are patient needs in low and middle income countries matched by investment? Anyone can feel free to chime in with their thoughts.
So I could give India's perspective here and the BRICS country, basically the emerging markets. So there's been a huge shift in those markets, and there are a few factors for that. A rising middle class, which Vas was reflecting is happening in Africa right now. A huge influence of improvement in medical infrastructure, and especially in India. I mean, I'm a perfect example of what's going to happen to India, because I'm growing old, I'm putting on weight. So yes, I'm moving, so India is moving. 10 years back, the percentage of disease in India, the burden of disease according to WHO was 57% was infectious diseases. But in the last 10 years, it's reversed. It's now 53% is non-communicable disease. So there's a huge shift. India has the biggest pool of diabetes in the world. So because of that, a lot of, talking about pharma perspective, a lot of the disease innovations are coming towards India. And there's also an increased focus on health insurance. Right now, 80% of India gives out of pocket, but there is an increased provision for health insurance. So those are the factors why a country like India is a good market. Not only as a market as a consumer, but also as a manufacturer, I feel. A lot of big pharmas have their manufacturing unit, again, because of government policies, highly skilled labor, and India is an English-speaking country. So those are the factors which help pharmas come to India, and not even as a market for producers, but also consumers.
Just to give context, at Novartis, we spend between $5 and $8 billion on R&D for non-communicable diseases. My meager vaccine development budget is on the order of $500 million, which in pharma terms is actually a drop in the bucket. So that gives you a scale of infectious disease to non-communicable diseases. I think the questions around non-communicable disease will not be the portfolio of drugs, only in that the industry has spent most of the last 25 years focused on non-communicable diseases because of the burden that we've seen in the US and Europe. The question will be, as my colleague mentioned, access and compliance. And can we identify these patients? What are the pathways? In vaccines, if you look at the amount of effort over the last 25 years to build the cold chain, be able to get the vaccines to the clinic, deliver the vaccine, the whole system has been designed around infectious diseases. Now you're going to bring non-communicable diseases in, where you have a lot more parameters that you have to track. It's not a single intervention like a vaccine. You're going to have to look for toxicities. You're going to have to obviously track for whether or not you add or change medications. All of that adds a lot of complexity, and I think a lot of the innovation energy will need to go actually there. Because I think a lot of the tools, I remember I spent time as a physician outside of Kilimanjaro Christian Medical Center, and the hypertension drugs they use there are from the 1950s. So we have a lot of runway already with the drugs that we've got without actually innovating new. The question is actually how to identify the patients and get the drugs to them.
So I agree with Vas 100%, is that the challenge is in not in discovery anymore. And I think we have to recognize the fundamental differences between the challenges that we were facing trying to address infectious disease versus non-communicable disease. And because the global health community was so successful in addressing infectious disease, people are living longer and getting these diseases that we used to call developing world diseases. You wouldn't get diabetes until you got older and fat, right? It's not 100% true, but if we want to just make a provocative statement. So if you don't get a communicable disease and you live longer and you're successful treating those diseases, then the relative burden of those diseases of aged population versus younger population shifts. But the challenge, as Boss said, is getting those patients diagnosed and getting them access to healthcare and access to drugs, which may already be on the market, may already be generic, may already be relatively affordable, whereas we still are developing malaria vaccines. And we still have to worry about that $750 million to $1.5 billion upfront investment you need to make to generate a new therapeutic or vaccine. If you don't have that investment you need to make, and the challenge is in distribution and access, then that's the opportunity for innovation. So if you talk about what we do, looking for opportunities for new companies, opportunities for innovation, where you do see opportunities in low and middle income countries and developing markets is a lot of the times in that diagnostic arena, in access, in distribution, in manufacturing, in anti-counterfeiting, and some of these other areas where that investment to return ratio is very different because you don't have a huge upfront investment that's necessary.
Just one final thing, and then we'll perhaps take the next question. Since I sit in a public health school, I kind of feel the burden to talk about this from a public health issue. And when we think about innovation that has changed the U.S. and had an impact on health or anything, with cars, mobile phones, everything, the developing country has been able to accelerate the adoption of the modified technologies like mobile health. They haven't laid all the landmines for telephones. They've been able to jump over, say, 100 years of work that we invested in Northern Europe and U.S. and take the best of what we have. Now, the challenge with these chronic diseases is we're still very broken. That is, Europe and the U.S. does not have a solution. So the real challenge is several-fold. Insurance doesn't pay for prevention, changing behaviors that will ultimately, in the U.S. it doesn't, that will ultimately eliminate or at least reduce the chance of getting these diseases, because many of these have behaviorally controlled factors that are very large. It's not completely, but a lot of them are under the control of the individual. So I think that solutions have to really be generated locally and in a culturally appropriate way, because no one has a solution. And all 7 billion people that live here, nobody really has the answer to this. And it could be the pharmaceutical possibility is the poly pill that prevents everything. But we know in the pharmaceutical world that that's a wonderful dream, but reality doesn't pan out that way.
I just want to make one. Oh, please go ahead.
All right. So from the early academic perspective, I would say two things I see where. As a tech transfer person, I sit at the cusp of talking to companies, whether they may be global companies like Novartis or Indian companies and entrepreneurs. And one of the things I think that is happening is as some of the Indian companies, which even just 5 years ago were just CROs, or learning their way how to be a biotech company, today actually have some cash flow that they want to go back and invest in product opportunities. And so certainly, as Ross and everybody has pointed out, there are drugs that we could do a better job of distributing, access, compliance, etc. But we also don't have drugs for all the diseases. We don't have affordable drugs. And certainly in talking to some of these Indian companies, they have built expertise, they have cash flow, and they are looking for right product opportunities, not just for the low and middle income country, because their business case is if they develop it, it'll be global for both worlds. So that was, I think, a positive. And to answer your question, there is new kind of money that wasn't there 5 years ago.
Just want to make one very quick comment. Frontline therapy for hypertension, hypercholesterolemia, diabetes, depression are all generic, 100% generic, especially after the recent patent lists. And so, and they're all used on large scale by many of the Indian companies like ours. So I just wanted to point that out that in this case of non-communicable diseases, the problem really shifts. It's not about trying to develop these drugs and get them off patent. They're already off patent. They're already available at probably the lowest prices that you're going to get.
I have one question. Foss did a great job in this talk explaining a little bit the lag that takes place between marketing a drug and getting it distributed between the more developed countries and was wondering if each of the panelists could speak to that potential reasons for that lag from the perspective of SEMA and Beverly in terms of IP, if that's an issue. If companies license your technology, do you do anything to make them have to prosecute in these different countries? And then also, as Boz mentioned, in terms of understanding the disease, I think it goes beyond knowing the prevalence, but also the natural history of the disease in the different countries and what the standards of care are, because that obviously changes. I think for companies that want to plan clinical trials in these countries, they need to have a better understanding of the disease progression there for expanding. So that's my one question. Then maybe you could speak to India, whether that's that's obviously a market that's growing. Do we know enough about similar to the communicable diseases, the progression there, that we could easily transition medicines to that market?
Okay, so you had multiple questions there. So I'm just going to first say, so as an academic center, medical center, and just like BU, and in creating those policies, we worked closely with Ashley Stevens, and a lot of the examples in his white paper are what we've been working with to try and figure out what causes that lag. Can we, as a licensing practice, develop some practice that would help reduce that lag? It's not easy, because I think of technologies when I license them, either it's a technology that is entirely addressing a low middle income country unmet need, for example, malaria, cholera, etc. Or is the technology for both developed world and developing world? And I think if I start with those two broad buckets, we try to customize. Should we file patents? Are patents going to be incentive, or are they going to actually create more access problems? So we do that case by case. And the challenge when a technology applies to both developed world and a developing world is you do need a robust IP portfolio to build the business case for the developed world. And until very recently, that really has been the traditional model, and one that is required for the companies to have, small companies especially, to be able to raise money, have flexibility, and really navigate that, especially in therapeutics, that long, long path, which our early stage technologies have a lot of technical risk to them. They are far away from being on the right side of the equation. And so you need to be able to build that business case for the developed world, and that causes the lag of what can go in the developing world. So that's in terms of IP strategy. And we may choose, when we do that license agreement, as best that fits that technology, that indication, the partner who's at the table, whether it's a startup or a mid-sized company. We may do a lot of contractual obligations, which would say within, for example, X number of years after you have introduced the product in the developed world, we would put a time limit in which they have to either introduce the product or do some obligatory sub-licensing to different geographies and local companies. And it's a reiterative conversation as to what would give the company enough flexibility, but build some diligence terms for them to be able to do that. And I'll let Beverly speak, but then, and not so much in therapeutics, I can talk about this one company, Momelan, on how we develop the licensing strategy with the entrepreneur. Shall I go ahead with the story? I don't know if we're short on time or not.
Yeah.
So for example, an entrepreneur at Mass General, an inventor at Mass General Hospital came up with a process and apparatus for epidermal skin grafting. And its immediate application really was for leukoderma, vitiligo. So there's a big case to be made for the developed world. For vitiligo is that, for those who don't know, it's this where you have light depigmentation patches because of your melanocytes are malfunctioning. And of course, when you're in India and you're brown-skinned, that is very much a social stigma. It gets mistaken for leprosy, and so really it's a big social unmet need in the developing world, and in the developed world it's a cosmetically very important need. So you could build a good business case for the developed world, but really there was a striking unmet need for the developing world. So how do we persuade an entrepreneur to take some licensing terms, to agree to some licensing terms that would incentivize them to make a product for that developing world. When we say that means it should be accessible, affordable, and the beauty and challenge of countries like India, when they're emerging markets, I look at them as dual economies right within them, that geography, not the developed world and developing world. Within India, there's those that can afford and those that cannot afford. How do you leverage that? So what we did was, and it took a lot of reiterative conversations, but it gave the company the flexibility they needed to raise the $3 million to get off the ground. And what they agreed to is they owed us royalties for anything they sold in high-income countries. And if they sold an X volume that we agreed upon at cost plus 15 basis, so at affordable, it had to be reasonable for a business to be at cost plus 15 to qualified sectors in the developing world. So not the people who could afford it and would buy it anyway, but at that cost to a qualified sector, which would be like an NGO or we defined all those terms. Then to incentivize, we gave them a 20% reduction on any royalty they owed us for the high-income countries. So that's how, as best as we can, being early stage, are trying to use licensing terms to try and cut that lag and cause product development faster and at affordable pricing in the poorest part. And for those people that, not just the emerging markets, but the poor people of the lower middle income countries.
My comment is simply that you can't just look at one part of the whole equation. You can't just say it's the barrier or the gap is a result of the people that manufacture it not making it available. Certainly I'm aware of an example out of the work as researchers at the Center for Global Health and Development where in treating infant pneumonia, the standard of care dictated by the WHO was to send the child to the health clinic and where they would get intravenous amoxicillin. It took 2 large clinical trials to finally get the WHO to adopt a policy whereby the healthcare worker visiting the village could hand over the dose of oral amoxicillin way off patent. No, there wasn't any manufacturing issue. It was totally available. But WHO had to have the right studies to prove that someone who wasn't an MD could indeed give this drug at the village rather than have to go in and get IV amoxicillin. So one has to really, we're talking generalities here, but you really need to look at the whole picture from what's really happening in the specific country, how are decisions made as to what kinds of drugs are going to be used. The barriers, I'm sure Boss has many examples, many more than I know, of where the barriers aren't Novartis. It's readily available, it's at a price point that could be afforded, but the barriers are downstream from there. So you have to really take a systems approach to it and tackle each one of these independently.
So yeah, and giving a perspective of India, I was just talking to Vas about it, and there's actually a case right now going on about parents and Novartis is in the thick of it. And this is about their drug Glavik, about which Novartis went to the Supreme Court of India because India has a compulsory licensing certification wherein they have the authority to give to relax they don't have a robust patent law. India signed the WTO in 2004 and they had an effective patent law only in 2005. So India doesn't have a robust patent law. And big pharma like Novartis, they are on the opposite end of it. And so Novartis is still fighting the case in the Indian Supreme Courts about this. So I think Glavik costs around $70,000 a year in US. And generic drug companies in India are manufacturing that product and selling it for $2,500 a year. So India is right now arguing that not only in their own market, but also lower income markets where to export this drug, it's going to affect that. But so this is a public health student perspective I would give. Yes, the Indian government is probably right arguing this, but honestly speaking, what I feel of it is that you need to have a robust patent law to encourage the pharma companies to make those products. Because today we all have a long life expectancy. The reason is because of the pharmaceutical innovation that's happened in the last 100 years. So you need to have a robust patent law. That's what I personally feel.
I was wondering if I could ask the panel in general to comment on opportunities for increased collaboration between global health and development and the pharmaceutical industry, or to put it another way, barriers to collaboration, in your view, with the goal in mind of how future professionals in the pharmaceutical industry or in public health can look to have an impact.
I'll start off. I think the reason I gave the talk I gave is I don't think, and Boss may be totally in a different place, but as I interact with various pharmaceutical companies or different types of businesses, they don't really understand the role of what a university can bring to their work in terms of really helping them. Not just, I mean, in addition to providing them with innovation, but there's this validation, there's the clinical trial work, there's a wide variety of things which I touched on in my talk that we can bring. We can bring a legitimacy to the results because we're unbiased, which is a bit dangerous at times because sometimes we find out that perhaps what we've been asked to study is not as beneficial as the company that would be paying us is hoping. But the bottom line is there's a lot of ways to engagement, and I think one of the barriers, to answer your question, is just really understanding what the role of a university can be. And I think another barrier is any large university or partners, as an example, is a very complex organization, and you're not sure if you're a company how to approach them. Who's the right person when you have thousands of people working there? Is the point of entry actually obvious? And what are the rules of engagement? Are they spelled out clearly so you can decide whether or not you want to partner? Even searching for the expert, so sometimes it's, even in this world of Google and other search engines, it's not always clear where one would find the expert, the actual academician who could have the most impact. So I think there are some fundamental barriers. I think we in academia need to do a better job of reaching out and talking about what we can do with commercial partners.
I think first on the question of collaboration, I think the industry and university collaboration, let's call it an upstream research, discovery, product development, while it could always improve, is pretty evolved. And I think it's, if I think about most of what we do, it's either partner with academic institutions for the conduct of clinical studies, the discovery or experiments related to finding new medicines. Pretty robust portfolio across Novartis. Where there's probably an opportunity is what we were talking about earlier, is the delivery and reaching patients, the sort of applied research of healthcare systems, and Novartis and other pharmaceutical companies as well are now realizing that they have to have a much deeper understanding of how healthcare systems operate, particularly in the markets that we've been discussing. And I think that's an area where there's probably a lot that's already understood in academia or work that's ongoing that could actually be done together. On the question of students and students in industry, I just wanted to make the comment that, most of the people that work, at least in product development, which is most of the people actually in the industry, are people like Chris Gill or people like Peter Dahl, who used to be Chris's boss, who's an EIS officer from the CDC. Most of the people who work with me in development have a background either in vaccine development, as an example, from the CDC or the WHO or any number of academic institutions, who mostly are not thinking about profits and patents. They're thinking about, how do I develop a vaccine for kids? And if you understand that that's the mindset in industry, then there's a lot of opportunity, right? Because we need epidemiologists, we need pharmacoepidemiologists, we need economists, we need chemists. I also oversee technical development. So much of our work is on process development, assay development, analytical techniques. It's all things that happen in your training here at the university. It's just overcoming the mindset that there are all these people here who are kind of scheming to figure out how to get more money out of the whole world. Chris would probably be the best advocate for us to actually understand what the conversations are like. And most of it is about how do we get this vaccine for a better influenza vaccine for infants around the world. That's what we talk about.
So I'd just like to say, so as Vas said, and being in tech transfer, we're that interface of collaboration between industry and academia. For early stage discovery and stuff, in the US, it's a very, very established model, and it evolves every 5 years because pharma is, and industry is interested in different unmet needs, and as their pipeline is getting tougher, we need to go back to more understanding mechanism of action, new drugs, new first-in-class targets, etc. But for the question of are we collaborating on really addressing some of those unmet needs, or whether it's diseases, or how to develop the drugs for those indications or those populations specifically in low middle income countries. So if you stay around for the next panel, Elizabeth Bailey will talk about a new initiative from Mass General Center for Global Health, which is called ChemTech. And while it's not focused on therapeutics, it is focused on how to help entrepreneurs and investigators, not just in our institution, but it's a consortium, who want to access and understand how to develop these drugs on the ground in the low middle income countries, and how we can leverage what we know in terms of our clinical collaborations and our clinicians to help that happen. And mostly the focus is in impacting healthcare delivery and not new drug therapeutics. So she'll talk more about that in the later panel.
I think the only thing I'd add about collaboration is that you need to be very clear on both sides of collaboration about the specific value you're going to provide your partner. And I think that's what's at the heart of getting people excited about creating a new collaboration and being creative about that. With Enlight, the idea was we could very clearly say to the pharmaceutical companies, we can provide you technologies that you otherwise wouldn't be able to see, and we'll be able to do it cheaper. And it's true that I think most people in the pharmaceutical industry have altruistic goals, but at the same time they're operating within the framework that you talked about earlier, where at the end of the day they have a budget that they have to justify how they're going to spend it. So I think whether you're in academia, whether you're in a small company, whether you're in two large companies, whether you're in an NGO, whether you're in a nonprofit, if you think creatively, you can find a way where you can get what you want by providing some meaningful, specific value. So, take JDRF, for example, they've started programs where they change the way they provide research funding. And instead of giving grants to certain types of organizations, they're providing funding more along the lines of an R&D collaboration or specific funding for clinical product-directed clinical trials, where there's a real benefit to both parties. They say, okay, well, we can see this tangible progress in patient treatment, or decreasing the barrier to entry for a company to patient treatment, and in exchange, the company is decreasing their risk or changing the equation, and makes it feasible for them to invest in this area. So I think, just in general, any collaboration, no matter where you're coming from, if you just really are very specific in providing a value proposition that's meaningful to the other party in the context in which they have to operate, then I think you can be successful.
I'm asking this question for the benefit of my class, some of whom may be here on pharmaceutical policy. On Monday night, we were talking about these interesting new models of incentivizing the industry to make medicines that we normally would make. Two models, and I'm going to ask you about those, if you could tell me what your opinion is of them. One is something called the Health Impact Fund, which doesn't exist yet, but the idea is to provide funds and a big fund, and then pay you guys, the industry, based on the health impact of the medicine. The second is something that does exist, which is called advanced purchase commitments, which is essentially guaranteeing you a market. So could you talk about those two interesting ways of basically incentivizing you guys to make stuff that because of market failure, you normally wouldn't make?
Well, personally, I think both of those would be, well, I think advanced purchase commitments have been impactful, and I think.
Could you explain for these guys what that? Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
So, fundamentally, I like to oversimplify things to make points, and I apologize for that. This on tape, so I'll try not to oversimplify too much. But at the end of the day, someone in a small company or a large company is going to have to justify, say, here's how much we need to spend, and here's how much we think we can make, and here's the risk, right? And if you can fundamentally change any of those three parameters in that calculation, you can alter their decision making, right? And so advanced purchase commitments decrease risk, right? And that's a huge thing for the pharmaceutical industry, especially if you're talking about governmental purchasers being a market, as opposed to a more traditional market in the United States, or if you're talking about other models of altering insurance company decision-making processes for reimbursement, accelerating reimbursement in the developed markets. Just decreasing that risk is a huge factor in decision-making in developing these drugs, because there is such a huge, large upfront investment. Or on the other hand, if you're just making it more profitable to develop a drug, then of course you change that balance. I think those are really easy to understand ways, and if you can raise the capital to do that, or influence the NGOs or governments or private purchasers to make those commitments, I think that does fundamentally change how people think about unmet medical needs and whether it makes sense to invest in certain approaches to address them.
So I think on health outcomes funds, I think this will become a big trend. There's no question. These are funds where companies are maybe paid a certain amount for their medications or their interventions, and then if they, let's say, rates of coronary artery disease, pick whatever metric you want, go down in a given population, then the payment would go up. I think there's always with these things the devil's in the details, how will you measure it, what are going to be the metrics. So I think conceptually, I think the industry is working on these models both in-house and also with certain governments already. I think it'll be interesting to see, and the answer is I don't know, how it will actually play out, because it's going to be all about measurement. And the reality is this stuff is really hard. And to isolate the effect of the interventions that might make, what if the patients are not compliant? What if the doctor doesn't do the follow-up? You can imagine the debates that are going to happen when a payout actually has to happen. I think on the advanced purchase commitment, similarly, the devil's in the details. When you look at the pneumococcal advanced purchase commitment and all of the public documents that Gavi made available, there was, I think, a fundamental difference in understanding, because when you take kind of a pure economist view, I think Gavi came up with a calculation of what they think a dose should cost in different markets and in what period of time. But of course, that of course is not in a company that then competes against all of the other priorities, as Jonathan was saying, in terms of ROI. Is that ROI high enough? And so I think again, there's going to need to be probably in the future APCs. There's going to need to be more flexibility built into the model. It can't just be here, take it or leave it. I think what you'll find is the big companies will leave it. Now, will the smaller companies take it? Probably. I think biotech would probably say that's a good enough return. The big companies will say there's too many unknowns and say I need more flexibility. I don't know how many clinical trials I'm going to need. I don't know how many production plants I'm going to have to build. So those are the considerations.
Susie Foster from the Department of International Health. I have a question about China. We've talked a little bit about India, but some of the work I've done in preparing a class I'm teaching leads me to believe that China is already by far the most unhealthy country in the world, in the sense that smoking rates continue to be very high. The government is making a lot of money off of taxes from smoking and has no incentive really to discourage smoking. And so there's high rates of lung cancer and other smoking-related cancers, high rates of COPD, high rates of diabetes and obesity and so on. Very little indication that the government actually is taking this seriously, is doing much. It's a very insular and introspective government in that sense. And I think geopolitically, it's a concern that such a large and in some ways aggressive government is also storing up this huge burden of ill health. and particularly on the non-communicable diseases. So I'm just interested whether any of your companies and the organizations you represent are doing anything specifically with regard to China and its burden of ill health. Thank you.
I can just say a brief comment. I mean, I think we've, I think China from an opportunity standpoint as well, the industry is well recognized. I can certainly say for Novartis Vaccines, we've acquired a company there. We're trying to build a manufacturing facility there. We're both trying to develop new vaccines in China for China. There are certain viruses that are unique to the Chinese population. Actually, China has relatively, given its economic development, relatively poor vaccination rates and access to vaccines. So there's a lot of opportunity. What's interesting is, along with the increasing unmet health needs, though, the China FDA is becoming very rapidly like the US FDA in terms of the standards. So it's an interesting situation at the moment because we actually went to China thinking we could rapidly develop some of these vaccines and bring them to market or at least increase access. And what we found is because the standard is now going up, of course the investment level then also goes up. And that creates some interesting challenges.
Well, I think your points just emphasize also points we made earlier and that Beverly made, which is a lot of the increase in non-communicable disease should also be addressed by public health approaches as opposed to just pharmaceutical approaches. And yes, you can provide people better access to hypertension meds or cancer therapeutics or COPD drugs, or you can try to get them to stop smoking. And that's a battle we still fight in this country. Right? We have problems with heart disease and obesity and smoking. And we've done a good job over the last, or have tried to do a good job over the last 30 years on some of those things. And you can see impact in numbers, but the relative weight to place on each of those approaches, I mean, we should be trying everything, right? We should be trying to cure the people who are getting COPD because they are smokers and trying to provide access to cancer meds to people who are getting cancer, but trying to decrease smoking. I mean, there's no silver bullet, and we should ignore one approach for the other. Everything can have a great impact.
So one additional comment, and this is a comment more from me personally, not as a Novartis manager. Having worked with Chinese government officials as part of this acquisition of the vaccine company, I mean, what I think is going to be interesting is certainly the officials they probably believe that when they decide that they want to improve the health, that they will just do it, right? That they will cut the smoking rates, they will change the diet. I mean, it's very much almost a mindset. What's going to be interesting is as the people, and as the attitudes of the population changes towards their government, I think that's going to be really interesting to see play out because they may not want to listen. And, by the time the government comes around to say we want to actually just make these changes, or the flip side is they may rise up like they did with this pollution catastrophe in Beijing, where they just demand action very quickly. That said, at least for the time being, I mean, it is extraordinary when you compare an experience with the Chinese government and the Indian government, the speed at which the Chinese government can act, if they decide they want to. I mean, it is absolutely staggering.
I would also, again, say this from a holistic perspective. You have to really align all the incentives, and I'm thinking that the organizations that care the most about prevention are those that are payer-provider organizations, such as the National Health Service in the UK, the Veterans Affairs here in the United States, an organization, an HMO like Kaiser Permanente. There you actually see money's put into prevention because at the end of the day, you're going to spend a lot of money curing whatever it is that you could have probably prevented. But until any government, I can't speak to China specifically other than I don't believe they have a Medicare, I don't believe they have a strong government-provided healthcare system, there's no incentive. In fact, it was mentioned that basically they would lose tax if they discouraged smoking. They would lose revenue. So, look at the incentives. Money does drive how behaviors will be approached in this situation. So once they need to work hard on really revamping their healthcare system and aligning the incentives such that then they'll approach these kinds of prevention issues more aggressively because it's costing them money.
Because I'm going to take the director's prerogative and ask questions. I get the opportunity to ask funny people, plant experts, once questions been on my mind for a while. So we've talked about non-communicable diseases, therapeutics, and talked about infectious diseases in terms of prevention. Clearly, these are growth areas. Vaccines have had a revolution in the last 10 years. Non-communicable diseases presumably will continue. But we're not talking about communicable disease therapeutics. And I would like to, if we could, for a moment. Because one of the issues that we've had with antimicrobial resistance, as you know, is rising drug failures. And with antimicrobials, the paradigm is that you create the drug and you try to discourage use. Because the more you use the drug, the more you get drug resistance. And so that creates a market failure. And many pharmaceutical companies are avoiding that. It's going in different directions in terms of NCDs and prevention of infectious diseases. And yet we do need these drugs. So I'm curious to see you all think creatively about how we would actually get around that problem to incentivize drug companies to reinvest in antimicrobial drugs, even if we are planning on trying to discourage their use.
I'll jump in here first. Just because I'm aware of some research that's going on at Boston University. Basically, the concept that one drug, one bullet is going to kill every microbe is, we're learning that, they're great. They evolve very quickly. They can escape the single mechanism. We know with HIV treatment now, it's 3 or 4 drugs that are needed to really knock down the disease burden to the point where the host's immune system can keep it in check, although probably cure is not there. Certainly, we have biologists, bioengineers here at Boston University, for example, Jim Collins, who's looking at this multi-pronged biological way of dealing with bacteria. They may be resistant, for example, they may have formed a biofilm and they may be resistant to the standard drugs. How can you attack the biofilm? Maybe it's in one case it's a virus that you use to a phage, a bacteriophage that will destroy the biofilm. Or how do you change the vegetative state of that bacteria such that when it's resistant because of a certain biochemical pathway that's activated? How do you flood it with something else such that that pathway is turned off and therefore making that bacteria susceptible? So really, I think the future of all of this, where we're going is chemotherapy, is it's got to be multi-pronged. We've got to play every biological trick we can possibly play if we're tackling an infectious disease, because they're tricky, devilish creatures that have been here a lot longer than we have. They know how to evolve to whatever insults are thrown at them, and we have to hit them hard from a number of different biochemical angles.
So like Beverly said, there are many different ways, and so from where I sit, some interesting things I've seen lately for malaria and some of the communicable diseases is where we think there might be drug resistance, and what else is to think of therapeutic devices and lasers and other things that might provide therapeutic benefit, and they are not going to cause the multi-drug resistance issue. So that's a different approach in terms of early stage discovery, thinking about the disease in a different way.
Looking at emerging markets, it's not, talking about innovation, it's not about new drug innovation, it's about access to these medicines. A lot of people still don't get those medicines which are already available. I know for India, for a fact, they have an aggressive anti-TB policy. It's called the DOTS Plus, but it's still not effective. And it still remains, tuberculosis still remains one of the major causes of death in India. So if you talk, I know somebody spoke about the disease progression in each country. So in developing countries, sanitation is another serious problem. So I don't think the onus is only on the pharmaceutical innovation. It has to be how effective you have a holistic public health program and approach to make the drugs effective. So sanitation, access to care, and hygiene. Those are serious factors when it comes to communicable disease. And you could reduce the disease burden just by a good, effective public health program.
I think, Kristen, you may be aware of some of these programs, but I can't speak to the Novartis antibiotic portfolio. I don't know what we're doing. Certainly on vaccines, we are imagining at some point a world where we could actually use vaccines in a fundamentally different way for groups that have high risk for certain infections, where you could have enough prevention over a critical period of time and or reduce the severity, decrease chronicity in some cases. One example would be a trial, phase 2 trial we have ongoing right now for ventilator-associated pneumonia with Pseudomonas, where the concept is a patient comes in for any sort of intrathoracic procedure and gets vaccinated within 2 weeks with the Pseudomonas vaccine, under the assumption that their risk profile for Pseudomonas is much higher, and then could we actually reduce mortality, but also Pseudomonas infections in this group, and also Pseudomonas being susceptible as well to drug resistance as an effective intervention. Now, I think that's a very exciting area. There are probably a lot of areas, staph, CMV, there's CMV in transplantation, Staph aureus, gonorrhea. There's a lot of things we could do. What's interesting is the regulatory framework for vaccines, is just taking that as a subset, is very much geared towards vaccinating all healthy people. And so the concept that you would actually come after a very specific group and look at the risk-benefit is something that's relatively foreign to FDA. And I think that's what's going to be important for companies to actually figure out, at least on the vaccine side of things, how to address some of these other infections that are in other settings than pediatrics or in, let's call it, healthy adults or for select conditions in the elderly. The FDA is going to have to come up with a framework to think about vaccines, not just for use in 4 million people, but use in just the population of people that need it.
And so other than antibiotics, other things I hear, which are very early stage from my scientists, are immunotherapy, how to boost your immune system to fight these infectious diseases.
And I think part of the original question was about the market and how the markets are driving decisions on whether or not to develop drugs. And for antibiotics is our worry about antibiotic resistance preventing people from developing antibiotics because they fear they're not going to be prescribed as much. And I don't think that's what's caused a lot of companies to exit antibiotic development. I think it's just a perception that some companies may have gotten so large that, and regulatory burden has gotten so high that the anticipated returns of these drugs wouldn't meet that burden. At the end of the day, the returns a company gets based on the volume of drug they're selling and the price they can command. And that's why you see some niche therapies commanding such a high price, because there's not a lot of volume. And to make back the development cost, you need to charge a price premium. So if the hurdles are getting higher and higher to developing drugs in terms of safety, proving safety, the types of trials you need to do, the regulatory packages you need to put together, that increases the cost to develop a drug. And you're trying to treat something that maybe there's not a huge frequency, and then when you treat somebody, you treat them for a week and not for a year or the rest of their lives, that math just becomes hard. And I think you've seen smaller companies take up antibiotic development and mid-sized companies as well, and you've seen some very profitable antibiotics get launched. Cubist is a company that's an example. And so I think we just have to think differently about who are the right organizations to develop some of these drugs. Maybe antibiotic development will go further down the chain, and maybe to other types of companies like drug development companies in developing countries, or maybe the burden, regulatory burden, might be lessened in some of those countries where these infectious diseases are emerging or have a higher prevalence, and therefore the development costs might be lowered there as well. So I think we just have to think about, I don't think that the specific challenge to infectious disease development is worrying about resistance. I think it's some of those other macro scale problems that are facing the pharmaceutical industry as a whole.
So far we've spoken a lot about increasing access to existing medication, and I think that that's extremely interesting. I certainly agree that off-patent generics are a huge untapped resource in a lot of the developing markets. responsible for overseeing increased access? Once these drugs come off patent, the financial incentive isn't necessarily there for a lot of the organizations that you represent. So does it fall to individual governments? Is it the World Health Organization? What do you all see as your role in overseeing quality control and expansion of off-patent drugs?
So, Novartis has multiple divisions. One of our divisions is Sandoz, which is the second largest generics manufacturer in the world. And I would say that Sandoz does see as a core business increasing access in Latin America, Africa. The highest growth markets in generics are Eastern Europe, Latin America, Africa, Middle East. And this is where the growth is. And these, certainly our Sandoz division is targeting that in a big way, primarily working with governments, to be honest. I mean, I don't know, I can't speak to the details, but my general sense is that a lot of this work is with African governments, in some cases Asian governments, to try to because so much of the healthcare dollars used for chronic medicine certainly is tied up in government healthcare system, and that's how the work is being done at the moment. Which is, to your point, interesting because unlike patented medications, just working with a government to provide medicines for the whole country is not something that would be done for a patented medication per se. So it's a completely different model.
And maybe a little off topic, but sometimes, because what I represent is when I see investigators that are innovating and trying to understand what are the bottlenecks and unmet need that they can help with. So for example, for HIV, there were enough treatments, there were drugs, access, just having those drugs from companies was not the issue, but effective HIV treatment in Africa, one of the issues, one of our investigators, Bill Rodriguez, the bottleneck was having a CD4 count that was available, accessible, affordable. Where it was in mid-2000s was it was only available for 30%. If you look at all of Africa as a 100% market, it was only available 30%. The instrumentation cost a lot. You needed trained staff, and if you cannot do the CD4 count, you do it 3-4 times a year for a patient because that's what effectively you can do treatment of the drugs. And so, understanding that space actually set out to say what technology could he work on to create a portable CD4 count. He was a HIV physician scientist. So at an academic medical center, he worked with somebody who knew how to make microfluidics, and the research area was focused on doing the microfluidic platform to isolate tumor cells. That was that focus. But he went to them and said, well, can you help me develop one to isolate CD4 cells? And they worked on it for years, and we worked very closely with this entrepreneurial, very informed investigator because he said this is actually a marketplace. If you can reach to 100%, I can, at scale, build this as a business case for making this into a company. And at the same point, it would have public health impact because all these drugs are available, but we are not being able to use them effectively. So slightly off topic, but here there are many different ways when something's not, while the patented drug wasn't the issue, there was another way to get that drug more effective treatment for HIV.
A few years ago, I had the opportunity to visit the Serum Institute in Pune, India, which the owner actually gave us the tour. You're probably familiar with it. The owner is interesting in his own right. He has a horse farm. He started out in the business by trying to figure out how we could use retired racehorses, and he started making serum, which is why it's called the Serum Institute. But now he's moved into licensing. He basically he licenses. He's not using these vaccines off patent. He manufactures. I saw his facility is state of the art. I don't know how large it is compared to what Novartis would have back stateside, but I can guarantee you, having worked in some clean bio manufacturing operations. It was state of the art. There was, I just pinched myself. I thought I was in New Jersey. But, and the quality of equipment, you know, he uses the finest reagents. And I said, so how in the world do you make money? I mean, and he's buying, basically the WHO is buying his vaccine at 1/10 of what they would pay if they bought it from a U.S. provider. And he said, well, there's several things. He said it's cheaper to operate in India, of course. The salaries are cheaper, but they're not 10 times cheaper. He said, I do operate this factory at maximum capacities 24/7, 365 days a year. But he said the biggest component of that makes it cost effective for me is I don't have to worry about indemnity. I don't have to worry about the fact that if my vaccine kills that 1 in a million child who's healthy, I don't have to worry about being insured against that. And that's a real driver for cost where in the situation where there's not a governmental agency who's the customer, because people they can't sue WHO if the child dies from the vaccine administration. So, you know, he was very articulate. He probably obviously had this question before, and he clearly broke it out into a number of factors, but he said that's the big one. And I'm sure this is the challenge that you face all the time that drives up the cost of vaccine production, is the fact that you're taking a very healthy population, and if you have 1 in a million side effect, especially if it's fatal in a child, the cost to that company is large because of the litigious society we live in.
Hi, my name is Dick Keys, and I'm a manager of product development and transfer of in vitro diagnostic products. My question is related to some of the comments about needing a test, having tests to show the efficacy of these various drugs in the United States. Of course, we have quite an infrastructure of ability to test for compliance when people are taking drugs or therapeutic drug monitoring. And so I'm just wondering, when you're introducing established effective drugs in undeveloped countries, is there an increased burden? What would who would meet the increased burden for showing, demonstrating compliance? Does that need to be done sort of in parallel with the introduction of the drug? And when there is no real infrastructure for diagnostic testing? And then ancillary to that is the drug resistance question. Isn't there an increased responsibility knowing the rapid evolution of drug resistance to making sure that you have compliance in these very far afield places where there isn't a centralized lab or any local lab test?
I was just going to say, I also thought this in the previous question. I think an interesting model, which I'm sure somebody's looking at in academia now, is to study the introduction of antiretroviral therapies. Because in the end, that was an introduction of a chronic therapy that required CD4 counts in order to determine whether or not viral load, in order to determine whether or not it was effective. So all the diagnostic tests, very close patient follow-up for liver enzymes, kidney function, whole variety of battery of tests. And to understand how that actually went, given from the 3x5 initiative of the WHO in 2005 to today, and what could be learned, I think would be applicable as a principle to hypertension, diabetes, all of these other situations, because there they actually tried to figure out how to do it, and were able to innovate a lot of rapid point-of-care testing that enabled a health worker to do a lot of the things that we would normally make somebody come into an ID specialist in the U.S. So I just wanted to offer that up.
I think today's discussion has been really helpful in communicating between industry and academics, and I think that's one of the missions of the BU program. I just had a question about how well you believe the general public is aware of these challenges and issues in the age of kind of personalized medicine and social media, when patients are becoming more and more united. Could there be greater efforts in kind of encouraging them to the challenges and what could potentially they could play a role in helping to bridge some of these gaps?
Sorry, I comment on everyone. I mean, the challenge we face today is that, at least in Western societies, in Europe and the US, there is zero tolerance for what I'll call downside risk. So in other words, that it's gotten to the point now where for a regulator, it's all risk to approve something, right? It's actually less risk to just let the conditions continue and not to take the action to approve something. Because if you approve something, you have the risk that there is one rare side effect that you missed. And if you miss that side effect, you get pulled up in front of hearings, in front of Congress, and you get yelled at by congressmen. In Europe, you lose your job. There's actually been 5 major health officials in Europe lost their job for improper regulation. And I think in that context, what would be useful for, I think, the general public to understand is the knock-on effects, because what that then means is for, let's say, to license a single vaccine, in general, our databases are 20 to 30,000 subjects exposed, which means that the cost of just those studies alone is $500 million, right? Just to get a safety database built up of that magnitude. And so I think it would be useful to have a more conversation, probably not possible, about risk and benefit, because you obviously have a tremendous benefit from many of these interventions, particularly in the world of vaccines. It's disproportionate, the benefit that you have versus the very rare side effect. But all the media attention goes on the extremely, extremely rare side effect, which pales in comparison to the impact I showed on one of my first slides that vaccines have had to society. Now, how to have that conversation? It can't be the industry. I firmly believe it cannot be the industry. There's got to be another vehicle. It's also difficult to have a government agency because at this point the public dialogue is such that people don't want to listen to the CDC or the European CDC about this. So I think it's a big gap. We need to find a organization that can speak to the public credibly about risk and benefit in medicines.
I've got one follow-up to that, and that is, I've actually worked with a company working on orphan genetic disorders, and I think one situation is where there's certain populations where the market may not be big enough in the U.S., but if there's the opportunity for patients in China and India, that it actually would be a profitable drug if the standards of care there were such that you understood the market. And so I think that's one aspect that you can encourage developed countries that actually improve the standards of care in these countries could have a benefit to them in terms of drugs being approached that aren't currently being addressed to the minority population, or just in terms of pricing. If the market grows there, maybe the premiums that had to be paid in some of these developed countries could go down. So those are some examples where, as you mentioned, if it's not government and industry, are there certain collaborations that could help educate the public on this?
A couple of thoughts that I had was really relating back to what Boss said about the public not understanding risk-benefit. And that's always a huge challenge in public health as well, when you're trying to convince people that what they're doing carries a risk to it if they do it this way or if they do it that way. And what that risk is in terms of their increasing or decreasing their likelihood of getting some kind of a disease. I think there's a lot, we do ourselves a huge disservice in a sense of publishing every scientific finding as if it's absolutely proven, this is it. Now today, I'm taking 1,000 units of vitamin A perhaps because on the paper this morning it says it's going to prevent all these wonderful things. Well, a year or two later, there will be a study that negates that. And not actually, not enough knowledge. Apparently, the public doesn't have enough knowledge to actually, or interest, to go in and dig a little deeper and ask, well, what's different? Maybe they're really two different things. But what gets put out on the internet is very terse. We want a soundbite. We want, real punchy headline around what works and what doesn't without sitting down and spending some time talking to experts or looking up books that would that summarize expert opinions. There is a huge educational process that needs to go for the public in terms of preventative behaviors that will improve our health and prevent some of these chronic diseases, and actually understanding the risks benefit of doing something proactive about going to a pharmaceutical treatment, for example, or other types of treatments.
I'd just like to stand up and perhaps offer a contrarian point of view. As a public health, as a healthcare professional and a public health student, I just want to remind the panel that the regulatory burden that you're perhaps talking about exists for a reason. And previously, drugs didn't have to be unadulterated, safe, or effective. First, we had a law that said they had to be unadulterated, but they didn't have to be safe or effective. Then there was a law that said they had to be safe, but not necessarily effective. So now the law is unadulterated, safe, and effective. And if you're complaining about the regulatory burden for that, gee, that gives me pause. Furthermore, you know, the United States is a marketplace of ideas. So talking about the public's knowledge, well, it's our job as experts to educate them. And I will tell you that the patients that I see and the patrons in my pharmacy, they're very well educated about their disease and the drugs they take. And the reason for that is I make my doctors tell them that, and I make it a point of telling them that myself. So it's our job as experts to educate them. But the regulatory burdens we're talking about exist for a reason. And just want to keep that in mind. Thank you.
You know, I certainly think drugs should be unadulterated, safe, and effective. I don't disagree with that statement. I think the question is, and where the dialogue should be for every drug, is what does that ratio of safe to effective, what should that be? And then how do we have to go about improving that? And are the costs associated with that becoming a barrier to getting safe and effective drugs on the market? So nobody wants to get put a drug on the market that's not safe or not effective. But the question is, in some areas, is the regulatory system becoming a burden to getting those safe, effective, and unadulterated drugs on the market? And that's for discussion. I'm not saying it is, but there's certainly very different standards in different countries. And drug companies decide where they want to first go about launching a drug based on their calculation of where it is that system is most favorable, right? But no large drug company, for example, it's much riskier for them to try to get a drug on the market that's not safe or effective because there is this liability and a moral issue. So it's not that we don't understand that that's the case. The question is, you know, what's the dialogue of risk versus benefit? What's acceptable? How do you have to prove that? Are the people making the decisions, are the process on how we make that decision, is that the right process? Because it is very different around the world. There is no, you know, the FDA might be a gold standard depending on who you talk to, but it's a gold standard that is basically adheres to the tenet of do no harm in most cases. So that's the dialogue. We're not, you know, I don't want to complain and say that you should get rid of regulation, but you see some of the problems with you know, you recognize some of the problems that you're talking about with reduced regulation in areas such as nutraceuticals and foods and some of the things you can buy at GNC, which are adulterated and probably aren't safe and you know, most likely not effective, or they are effective because they're adulterated and not safe.
And I think the point is well taken, and I don't think the panel was trying to say that the regulations are bad or that we don't want safe treatment. It just is the consequence of that, or the challenges have led to the cost issue. And I'll come back to where I said what I see the academic investigators, and you know, when they look at it, is it education? So what is it that they can do to help solve that problem? And again, they come back to basic research and say, can we create better in vitro models that will help evaluate cardiotox better, help the FDA have better standards so that the clinical design and the endpoints can be run more effectively. And so one of the other centers I support at Mass General is the Center for Regenerative Medicine, you know, and breakthrough research discovery technologies like a few years ago for induced pluripotent stem cells. And really, we're very far from seeing therapeutic effects of those cells, but what I see is they are great research tools trying to help. How can we have good in vitro beating heart models where we could look at these cardiotox in vitro and be able to bring down the cost of these regulatory paths? So that's a different way to think about it.
It's fun having a contrarian thought. And you aren't actually contrarian. We're actually all saying the same thing. What does it mean to be unadulterated? Is it 0 parts per billion? Is it 10 parts per billion? What does it mean to be effective relative to what? What does it mean to be safe? Well, the FDA actually looks at it from a population perspective. So for a vaccine, which may kill 5,000 kids before the age of 5, they're willing to accept perhaps 1 kid per million dying as a result of the vaccine and approve it and say this is safe. But if you're the parent of that 1 kid that dies, in your mind, you don't think population, you think 1, an N of 1, my child. So there's the disconnect between the public's perception and frankly when it impacts you. The side effect that's rare, what's impacting you, you don't want to hear about the FDA's approving it as safe. It wasn't safe for you.
I'll just add to that. I know this for a fact that the US provides 40% of revenue for the pharma industry. So I'm looking at it, you guys produce the drug, innovate the drug, and pay the most price. And a lot of that reason is because of the regulatory bodies and a lot of regulations happening with the drug. So it's come to a point where people can't even afford a drug. So if you're looking at, or even develop a drug, so these policies are all leading toward being a health policy student. I know it's leading towards, you're not encouraging the industry, you're not, why are we talking about these markets? Why? Because they don't, I know India and China for a fact are promoting markets for these companies because they have lower and probably lapsed regulatory laws. And that makes them encouraging. And what's the US doing? You're paying 40%, you're providing 40% of the revenue and half of the population still, there are people who can't afford medicines. So I think so regulation has to be there, absolutely, but there has to be a midway to it. There has to be a way where it encourages innovation.
I think it's a good point. And I mean, I just wanted to echo what Beverly said. You know, in the end of the day, when you go to one of these advisory committees, for FDA or even for EMA, the easy drugs are very easy. Like, it's very clear to see when a drug is not safe, or a drug is not effective, or a drug is impure. Those are the easy ones. Those won't even get to that point. The hard part is most of this is in the gray. And it's a question of what does that clinical reviewer in whichever regulatory agency mindset in terms of the public pressure going to be regarding risk and benefit. And I can tell you, I have a lot of sympathy for these reviewers. It is really tough looking at Chris because we had a lot of conversations with many. It is not easy to be one of these reviewers because on the one hand, you have to defend your decision. You will, in FDA's case, sign a document that gets posted online that said you said this drug was safe, and effective, and had a positive benefit risk. And in the end, there's so much you don't know. But if you create an environment in that gray zone that person sees so much risk in signing the document, then you will get to the point where I think, to your point, the regulations will keep going up. Everybody wants the prices to keep coming down because certainly nobody wants healthcare costs to go up. And it'll be interesting to see how that then evolves and impacts innovation. And I think it will. I think there's no question. And part of the reason you see the industry pivot to Asia, in part is because the regulation and that operating model the regulation is more favorable for drug approvals. So I mean, those are just real dynamics, but I think it's a human element because in the end, this is all gray when it gets to the end of the line. You have to sign a document.
And just looking outside just regulation, I mean, again, I think this is where the creativity needs to come in trying to think about the healthcare system as a whole. We're creating. The problem with the healthcare economy in any country is there's this huge amount of history where you built up these regulations to deal with problems or to have dealt with problems in the past, and you build momentum going in a certain direction. You may end up in a situation where you're discouraging innovation. So take cardiovascular disease, right? If you acknowledge that it's true that the United States and Europe pay for a huge proportion of recouping costs for drug development because the relative healthcare expenditures, and all of a sudden the first-line therapies for all these drugs are generic, right? And it still costs you $1.5 billion to develop a cardiovascular disease drug because you're going to have to do a put several thousand to 10,000 patients through trials to show that they're safer and more effective in a chronic long-term disease than this frontline therapy that's generic. And we're in a capitalistic economy where you have to make money when creating these drugs, because all these are publicly listed companies, and their board members can go to jail if they do things that are outside the fiduciary best interests of the company. There's just a structural issue, right? So there are a lot of levers you can pull, and that's what we're talking about. These problems that we're talking about in improving healthcare outcomes in low and middle income countries, there are structural issues there, and we're trying to solve them, and there are different structural issues here in improving health outcomes now. So the structural issues are how can you distribute and get access to these cheap medicines in the developing world, and then the question is how do we incentivize, if we think it's worthwhile, the development of new drugs above and beyond these pretty good drugs in some of these conditions that still leave a lot of unmet medical needs. So it's all of these problems need creative solutions. We can't. I agree with Voss. The industry can't say we need less regulation. It's too expensive, because the initial and obvious reaction is you just want to make more money, right? It's not a. There's just this visceral reaction because that is the incentive. So it's just there need to be new dialogues. There are structural issues in developed and developing world, in high income countries, low income countries. There are different structural issues, and there's opportunity for innovation everywhere. So we have a portfolio company that's working on a therapeutic piece of software to treat psychological conditions and neurodevelopmental conditions, right? That's a very different paradigm than how healthcare is delivered in this country currently, but it's scalable, it's cheap, it can work on a global infrastructure, it addresses some of the structural challenges of distributing healthcare in less developed nations. So there are different ways you can innovate around these problems, but we all just have to recognize that there are different structural issues, but still structural issues in every healthcare system.
Thank you. I'm afraid we're actually going to have to conclude our session one. I'd like to thank the panelists for taking their time to come and participate in this symposium this afternoon. There's certainly more discussion to be had on all the topics that we touched upon today. I know that for myself, as many questions that you answered, I think generated about 1 million more. But unfortunately, we can't go on for forever. So thank you so very much for your time. Thank you to the audience for your insightful questions and for stimulating the discussion. We will now adjourn for a 25-minute coffee break. I believe some of the panelists have a few minutes to stick around. So if you have any last-minute questions that you're dying to ask, feel free to approach them. But thank you, and we'll see you for session 2 at about 10 up. Okay, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome back. My name is Kara Allard. I'm the other co-chair for this event that is happening today, along with Vicki. Welcome to anyone new who's just joining us this afternoon. At this time, we are going to begin our second session of the event, which is focused on the innovations and challenges to implementation. In this session, we would like to address what new technologies and advances have been created specifically for developing countries. As we know, there are many difficulties in bringing these new health advancements to these regions. To begin, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker for this session, Mr. Joel Landstein. Joel is the co-founder and president of John Snow Incorporated and its nonprofit arm, the JSI Research and Training Institute. He is also responsible for co-founding Management Sciences for Health, and he serves as president of World Education Incorporated, a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the lives of the poor through education, economic, and social development programs. Joel has many years of experience in advising global health programs and has lectured on various topics, including organizational strategy, nonprofit management, international development, and strategic management. In 2009, he received the CEO Social Leadership Award, and from 2004 until 2012, he served on the board of the Global Health Council. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Joel Landstein.
Good afternoon. I'm always worried about people who applaud before they hear me say anything. And I should say that I'm probably the least likely person to be talking about pharmaceuticals because I know nothing about it. So I will talk about something that perhaps I do know something about, which is me and my own organization, and something about some of the work that we've done, which probably will focus more on the implementation issues than it will focus on the innovation. I'm a little bit too old for innovation. But I should say that those of us who have been in public health for many years often have thought of the pharmaceutical industry as sort of the enemy. And so there's been this big split between the pharmaceutical industry and the public health industry. The public health industry thinking the pharmaceutical companies are keeping prices too high, aren't distributing to the right people, et cetera. And the public health industry, of course, being on the side of the angels, don't really like that. My attitude has changed, and let me refer to several years ago, there was something called RX for Survival, which was a PBS program. And a follow-up to that program, there was a Time Magazine issue put out, and then a meeting at Time Magazine where President Clinton and Bill Gates spoke. And they asked President Clinton, who's obviously started the Clinton Foundation, what he thought about pharmaceuticals. And he said the same thing that I just told you. He said, I was basically thought that they were, high return on investment industry, not quite interesting. He said, but then I had his heart condition and had a stent put in. He said he's now really in favor of the pharmaceutical industry. So I'm old enough to be taking Lipitor. So I love you guys and love everything about the industry. So let me give you a background. First of all, let me tell you a little bit about myself. Let me tell you a little bit about JSI, the company I run. And then let me tell you about what I think are some issues that we work on, which are mostly supply chain issues, which intersect with some of the innovation, and some of what I think are the challenges that you face when you're working in developing countries. Most of our work are in developing countries, and most of that are in lower income countries. So we work less in China or Thailand or some of the more developed countries, and a lot in less developed countries. My background, and this may be instructive to people who are actually graduating or who are in school right now, my background actually is quite different. I don't really come from the public health industry itself. In fact, I knew very little about public health, and if you come to JSI, the company I run, people will tell you that I still don't know very much about public health. Gives you some background on it. I actually got an MBA across the river at MIT. And when I was described the public health problem, one of the things that seemed striking to me was that there was a huge gap between what is known and what is done, especially in developing countries. That is, the smart people, in quotes, went in and did work in research and in policy. They did not do work in implementation. And if you look at what the problems were more implementation-based than they were research-based. There's great research going on. There are great policies. But when you get down to the village level where we work, those don't get implemented very well. And the question for me was, well, why is that? Why is that? Well, first of all, as I said, smart people like to work with other smart people. You get your PhD and you work in august institutions like this because you do that. The activities at the implementation level are constant. You have to keep doing it over and over again every day. They are not one-off studies. They're sort of constantly evolving over time. And they deal with very complicated organizational and interpersonal issues. And they must deal at all levels, with all different staff levels. So it seems that it's very difficult to get people to want to work there. And they're also working with governments, non-government organizations, donor organizations. All of them have a sort of a complicated framework to work with. So when I looked at that, it seemed to me that this real gap was not being solved by anyone. And so one of the reasons I started a group called Management Sciences for Health and John Snow was basically to bridge that gap. That is, we wanted to focus on underserved populations, vulnerable populations, both here and in the United States and abroad, and to try to provide them with quality access to health care, affordable quality health care. And in order to do that, you really had to work on what happened at the village level, at the county level, in the United States, at the community level. And that's what the organization was really set up to do. And that's the focus of the organization. What we really wanted to do is to find smart people, real smart people, who really didn't want to spend their time writing papers, although I know it's incredibly interesting to do papers. Some people even read those papers, but who could write those papers, but in addition to that, wanted to make systemic changes out into the field. So JSI is really an implementation organization. It's translating what's learned at organizations like BU and universities across the country and translating it down to how do you actually implement the programs, which sort of speaks to what you're talking about today. That is technology, innovation, but also the ongoing ways of running organizations themselves. And the organization itself is set up in a very different way. It's a very kind of network, collegial, fancy word is decentralized organization. The unfancy word is chaotic, crazy, etc. And it's really set up to foster people who really want to make systemic changes, really want to get out in the field and work. Subject of another lecture on why you run an organization like this and how it runs. Suffice it to say that we are able to attract amazingly good people who stay a very long time, many who have graduated from BU and other schools around, who bring their kind of passion for making systemic changes to the health field. We work about 20% of what we do is in the United States. So as an example, we're running a tobacco control program in Massachusetts. We're doing HIV work in Massachusetts. We're running consulting for community health centers throughout the United States. Those of you not from the United States should know the United States doesn't have a health system. It has a series of kinds of systems. And if you're poor in the United States, you may not get such good care. And so we work a lot with primary care organizations throughout the country to provide that access to quality care. In addition to that, we run some national programs. We run a program called AIDS.gov, which is the outreach, the U.S. government's outreach to minority communities for HIV. We do that with social networks, Facebook, Twitter, all those things I have no idea about, but I do have a Twitter account. And if you ask me later, I'll tell you who my one follower is, which is true. We also run very large supply chain projects for the U.S. government. Two in particular. One is called the Deliver Project, which has been going on for almost 25 years, which is started to focus on contraceptives in developing countries, and the whole kind of supply chain from the kinds of things you order, how to order them, how to supply them to the local institutions, how to transport them, the whole gamut of that. If you look behind that, most of what we're doing is a lot of training of people, because we work primarily with governments and NGOs, not ourselves. We don't set up separate supply mechanisms. In addition to that, we're running one of the largest community health worker program in Ethiopia. Probably has about 35,000 workers in Ethiopia. We've done the same in Nepal and several other countries. And we are now running an orphans program, which is focused, those of you who are from Africa know that there are, depending on how you count, 12 to 15 million orphans in Africa. You can't put those people in orphanages. Fortunately, villages tend to take care of them, but they get overwhelmed. So we're working in Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Uganda, and Swaziland to try to focus on sort of what we would call wraparound care, which includes health care, which includes education, which includes psychosocial support. So those are the general kind of things that we do. JSI worldwide has about 2,000 people. Of those 2,000 people, probably 1,800, no, probably that's an overstatement, about 1,500 are probably from the country that we work in. So our inclination is to hire people from the countries we work in, rather than bringing in expats who years ago when I started, if you were an expatriate and you went to a country and you smiled, people liked you and they thought that was great. For those of you who are students, that's not good anymore. You actually have to go to those countries, and if you're not from that country, you have to add tremendous value because there are tremendous capabilities within those countries, which is the reason why we hire people within those countries. So let me tell you a little bit about supply chain. As I said, we run this big project called the Liver Project. We also run a project called SCMS, which is the Supply Chain Project, which is the PEPFAR. You all know what PEPFAR is, the President's Plan for AIDS, which is the largest program, and I don't want to say anything political, but something good that George Bush did. I didn't say he didn't do other things. And it's probably the largest program, single program that's ever been done by the U.S. government. This program currently supplies approximately 1.5 million people a day with antiretrovirals. So life-saving drugs, about 1.5 million per day, and has worked on kind of the innovations that you've heard about, the innovations that you will hear about, using M technology, mobile health technology, to figure out how to use the supply system better. In Zimbabwe, as an example, which I actually just was in, we have what we call a topping up system. One of the problems is how do you ever figure out how much people need in fairly remote areas? We basically had trucks going around which topped up what they had, and it changed the stock-out rate of nevirapine. Nevirapine is the drug that you use for mother-to-child transmission, from about 33% to about 2%. So really significant changes. And in the PEPFAR program itself, the SCMS program, we saved the U.S. government about $1 billion, which even to the U.S. government seems like it's real money these days. And that's by being very innovative in how we're doing it, by working with places like the Clinton Foundation to lower the drug costs, to use sea freight rather than air freight wherever you could, to use generics rather than branded drugs. And I think right now, Erin can help me, but I think it's about 90% at least of generic drugs that are being used. So it's helping quite a bit to do that. In addition to that, we're working with the Gates Foundation and using, in places like Malawi, using text messaging to try to get data from the field to be able to do the supply chain. And working with people at the EU and others to, one of the big issues in developing countries is counterfeiting of drugs. Many drugs are really not the drugs that you think they are. And there are technologies, some of which you may have already talked about, which look at how to figure out whether what's in the bottle is actually what you think it is. And there have been technologies to do that. In addition, there are some now new innovations, and I think some of it, as I remember, was done by a Ghanaian up in Dartmouth, looking at putting codes in text messages that you can text in and find out whether it's a legitimate drug or not. So there's a whole range of issues that we've been working on, and fairly innovative. We are trying to work as much as we can with the private sector, trying to figure out what the new technologies are, but with always an eye to figuring out how is that going to be implemented in rural Zimbabwe, in Uganda, and other places, because those are the places that we're working in. And let me tell you, we can go back and forth on questions if you like, but let me tell you a couple of what are the big issues, whether it's technology or not technology. One big issue is the budget constraints. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what's going to happen over the next little while, given the fact that we have a budget deficit. There's foreign aid has never been darling of this Congress or the American public in general, even though America is very gracious in giving out money. It's really a very, very small percentage of our overall budget. That will continue and get worse. And so you have to deal with that, the future funding. In addition to that, there are very few external funding sources that actually do this. So the U.S. government does it, the Global Fund does it, multilateral organizations do it, places like the Gates Foundation do it. But if you look at it from a business sense, there are very few external organizations that actually get and do all that money. There's countries themselves do it quite a bit, but the funding sources are really quite limited. In addition to that, you're dealing in countries that have very weak health infrastructure. So if you want to, whether it's any innovation you're talking about, whether it's delivering drugs, you have to be able to do that within a framework, not an external kind of thing that you bring in, which works while you're there, and then when you leave, it leaves. But you have to integrate it within the system, which means you have to upgrade the health system itself, which is doable, but very long term, and not subject to quick wins, which is a lot of what donors want these days. In addition, and probably the largest constraint, which would be a constraint which technology could help, but also has some implications, and that is there is a huge gap in the number of trained people in many countries to carry out this. So as an example, there's a statistic some of you may know that in Malawi, the country Malawi, there are more Malawian doctors in Manchester, England, than there are in Malawi. So something like about 256 doctors. They all get trained. They're very well trained. They go off to the UK. They go off to the United States. They go off to South Africa. How are you going to deliver services when there is very few trained cadre of people? Nurses, similarly. The other problem, of course, is sustainability. How are you going to sustain this, especially if you think about supply chain, where it's not you do it today and you don't do it tomorrow. You have to continuously do it. If you miss a day and you're giving out antiretrovirals, you're putting people in danger. So how do you do that continuously, especially when you're embedded in a political system, in a country which may be resource poor, but in a political system that has to make differential decisions on where they're going to put their money? Just think about the United States. We have something called the sequester coming up. I'm not sure all of us are going to get paid. So if you think about that, how do you run a supply system within a context that's very volatile? That's sort of very, very intrinsic to what we do. what we do. In addition to that, because there are new technologies, because of some of the things you've heard, there's increased demand for these services. So where's the money going to come from to give those increased services? So there may be efficiencies that you can get out, innovations which will help, but really the demand is going to get higher and higher. And the last thing that I would mention is that the epidemiologic characteristics of these diseases is changing now. So infectious diseases is fortunately going down, but chronic diseases are coming up. But chronic diseases pose all sorts of other questions about supply chains, about training, about how you deal with patients on a one-to-one basis. So that's going to be very, very different than it is now. So let me leave you with this thought. Innovation matters. I'm not a Luddite. I think actually that things really do change. But I think you should realize that in the long run, someone has to deliver the services, and those services have to get down to the level where the patient is, and has to be focused on what the patient thinks they need. So there are sort of two mantras in supply chain that JSI has. One is vaccines don't deliver themselves. And second of all, we say that there's no product, there's no service. So those of people who are focused simply on the technology are missing part of the equation, which is you've got to get it out there as well. It's got to be accepted, and it's got to be robust technology. It can't be easily either broken, sold. It has to be really robust. So let me leave you with those. Is that good enough for a keynote speech? I get paid by the word, so if you'd like me to speak, So, I would open it up to questions, if there are any questions. If not, we can go to the panel. We'll put everyone to sleep, or anyone have any questions or comments? Throw stuff? Way in the back.
Countries is changing more to chronic diseases. But a lot of USAID programs are all focused on infectious diseases.
Yeah.
And so what do you think, lies ahead? What needs to be done to make this change? Especially as in many countries, chronic diseases hit people earlier than they do in the West, at the height of their working productivity. So I was wondering, how do you think, U.S. government, USAID, and PEPFAR are going to respond to the changing epidemiology?
I think it's going to take them a little while to get there. There are two neglected areas in general. One is chronic disease, the other is mental health. Huge problems and very little funding for that. I think as that epidemiologic transition continues, I think there will be demand from the countries, and there will be also more awareness on the part of the donors that they have to do that. The UN and WHO are talking about the one intervention that could cause the biggest bang for the buck, and that's anti-smoking campaigns. And there's starting to be more funding for those kind of programs. But it is been the tradition to focus on infectious diseases. I think it will take a while before the cycle comes back, but I think it's in that direction.
Joel, you spoke of the tremendous progress we've made in distributing life-saving commodities over the last 10 years, and your firm has been part of a large consortium that's done that. But then you also raised the issue that the amount of funds available by the U.S. government and the concern over donor fatigue may in fact foreshorten that. How do you, as an organization that is committed to improving the health of populations, deal with the problem of the so-called moral imperative of maintaining populations on life-saving drugs when in fact you're a private business? You can't continue those supply chains if the United States government cannot continue to support. And how do you deal with the fact that we may see some abrupt failures of our global health system in both malaria and HIV?
I should have had John here. Well, I think that's a concern of all of us. It's a concern at the micro level. Let me give you a micro level, and that is we have people working for us throughout the world, many of whom are HIV positive, as an example. JSI's policy is to support those people with HIV drugs for free. What happens when we leave, when a project ends? Very hard question to answer. Hopefully we can get them into other programs, but it's really very difficult. At the global level, I don't think that there will be a pullback of funding for PEPFAR as an example. I think that's pretty safe at this point. What isn't safe is the new people who need those drugs not getting on those drugs. And I think that's going to be very difficult. There is a push, John, as you know, from PEPFAR and all, because PEPFAR was really an emergency program. And it wasn't supposed to be a program that goes on forever, even though it seems like it's going to continue for a long time. So the governments themselves are going to have to pick up more of the costs of doing it. The local governments are going to have to pick up more of those costs. And the kind of innovation and efficiency that you all are talking about will have to pick up some of that slack. And I think that equation is going to be very difficult.
And if they don't, and if it doesn't?
Well, I think the question is, whose responsibility is that? Right? Countries themselves, as you know, there was a study done that says for every dollar that we put in, the countries would take out 40%, meaning that money is fungible, meaning if you get money for one thing, you can take it for another thing. As an example, in Massachusetts was given over $200 million a year for tobacco cessation. The governor decided to use that for something else. Well, that's what's happened to the PEPFAR program. So there has to be some imperative not only from the external donors, but also from the countries themselves. And I think they're going to have to pick up more and more of that. And insofar as many of them are at least putatively democratic, that would be the population that would have to argue for that. Any other? No? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel. At this time, we're just going to transition to have our panelists come forward. You can go ahead and take your seats up here next to me on the stage. And just as a little reminder to everyone, this is meant to be open discussion and everything, so if you have any questions at any time, please feel free to come and go ahead and pose them to any of our panelists anytime. Starting with you, Elizabeth. Introduce yourselves a little bit about your background and talk about some of the projects that you are currently working on so everyone can get a little bit more familiar with your work.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and talk on the panel today. I joined Mass General Hospital Center for Global Health a little under a year ago to lead a new initiative called the Consortium for Affordable Medical Technologies, or CANTech. The mission of CANTech is to enable and accelerate medical technology development for low and middle income countries. We are structured as a loose consortium. We're based at Mass General. We have collaborations with Harvard Medical School, MIT. In Uganda, we work with the Enver University of Science and Technology. In India, we work with the Lata Medical Research Foundation and the Lohr Institute of Technology. And those are our core consortium members, but our consortium and our network is growing, so it's great to be here at BU to talk about our program a bit. The sort of core of CANTech is really focused on this notion of co-creation, where you engage the end user in every point along the technology development continuum. So Joel talked about the importance of understanding the environments that these technologies will ultimately be used in, and oftentimes that's why technology adoption fails, is because the innovators have not necessarily incorporated that end user feedback early enough into the process. So we're trying to do what companies like Nike and Procter & Gamble already know, that when you engage your customers or your end users early and iteratively in the process, you end up with better products that people like and they use more. We also encourage co-creation across disciplines. So if you can imagine the Venn diagram of technical innovation, public health impact, and commercial viability with the end user at the intersection. And we have a few different ways that we do this. We have an innovation awards program. These are $100,000 awards to support the development, field testing, or commercialization efforts related to novel medical technologies for low and middle income countries. We just announced our third request for proposals, so if anyone is interested, come find me. We also organize medical technology hackathons, which for those of you who are not familiar with that term, they are intensive 2-day events where we bring together clinicians and engineers or technology experts, as well as entrepreneurs and end users, to really focus on developing new technologies for resource-constrained settings. So we had our first one in the fall in partnership with MIT. We hosted it at NOGH, and we're getting ready to have our next one in India in just a few weeks. So we're hoping to have more venues for this kind of cross-disciplinary innovation.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Erin Hasselberg. I'm a principal advisor for Human Resource Capacity Development, my long title, on the SCMS project that Joel spoke about. I work at JSI, the SCMS project, as he said, is the Supply Chain Management Systems project. It's the flagship supply chain project for PEPFAR. And I've been working with SCMS for about 2 years, but in supply chain with JSI in total for about 9 previously on the USAID Deliver project. And as you heard from Joel, SCMS, this project was actually the largest contract ever bid out of USAID. And we've spent to date about $1 billion just on commodities and procuring commodities for PEPFAR-related programs, so mainly related to HIV. The Deliver project focuses is everything kind of non-HIV. So JSI has both of the contracts, big supply chain contracts with USAID, and the Deliver project focuses mainly on family planning, reproductive health commodities, is also the distributor for all products through PMI, through the President's Malaria Initiative, and also working in emergency response. So H1N1, all of the emergencies that have to be attended to and the products that need to get out there for those issues. And we'll talk a little bit about innovation, but just briefly with SCMS. SCMS is a partnership of a number of different organizations, JSI, MSH, UPS, RTT, which is a South African warehousing and distribution firm. And I think one of the approaches that JSI and MSH as the lead partners on SCMS have taken are looking at innovative approaches to supply chain. Joel talked about trying to find efficiencies. How are we showing our return on investment? How are we doing more with less money? He talked about we've saved about $1 billion of taxpayer dollars through increasing efficiencies in distribution using sea and road freight, and also looking into procuring generic commodities over branded commodities. So it's something that looking at different commercial approaches to our supply chain management, looking at, and we can talk about those in a second, but it's a lot of what we're trying to apply in our work in supply chain management, is looking at innovative approaches to saving more money, saving U.S. taxpayer dollars, and getting the products to the people is really what the supply chain is about. And while a lot of the people on the panel are going to be talking about technologies and innovation, supply chain management isn't necessarily an innovation in and of itself, but it's a backbone to all kinds of public health programs that can't be forgotten about. And there are innovations that we can apply, both learning from the commercial sector, using mHealth technologies to improve our efficiencies in being able to deliver those medicines. So that's what I'll be talking about.
Thank you. I am a co-founder of Access Technologies. It's a startup locally that was founded a little more than a year ago. We're working on commercializing a novel vaccine stabilization technology. So, as many of you probably know, all vaccines currently need to be kept cold from the time they're manufactured until they're actually shot into someone's arm. Most of them need to be kept refrigerated, some of them need to be kept frozen. And this is clearly a very big constraint on delivery of vaccines, especially to very remote parts of the world where there isn't even power, electricity, much less the availability of refrigeration to maintain this cold chain system. So we're working with this technology that was developed at Tufts University by 2 professors who have been working with silk-based proteins for a very long time. And what they've discovered is that you can use these silk-based proteins to reformulate vaccines so that they can be held at very high temperatures. We're talking about 115, 120 degrees Fahrenheit for very long times, and we're talking about half a year to a year, long enough, we hope, to eventually make vaccines that can be removed from the cold chain, which no vaccines currently can be, with one sort of very recent exception. In terms of where we are right now, we're working on a number of very important collaborations with pharmaceutical companies as well as global health organizations to really bring this technology forward, to develop the science and hopefully bring it to market as fast as possible. While we are very much a life science company in terms of how we're developing the science, ultimately we see the benefit, the benefit is being on the implementation side of vaccines, of improving how to deliver it, of increasing the efficiency, of lowering the cost of delivery, and so that's currently where we stand and where we see our innovation.
My name is Dan Young. I'm VP of Operations and Development at Damagi. I'm a late scratch, so I apologize for my dress, and also just confirming the suspicions that software developers don't know how to dress in public. So with Damagi, we are a software company and services company focused on providing open source tools and software for organizations such as GSI and others to provide community health workers and workers of that like with tools and means to collect data and to track and to remind both end users as well as the health workers and patients as well. Our libraries are free for use, and so our tentacles sort of spread out to other organizations who wish to use our software as well. We also deliver our own services as well, and have a cloud-based service called ComCare, which has our software deployed onto Symbian, Nokia, Candy Bar phones, and Android as well for community health workers and health programs to develop their own protocols and deploy and to track patients of any type or of any disease, from maternal health or to wells or to any type of other thing you wish to track. We're currently in 28 countries with serving over 50 organizations with various numbers of CHWs that we wish to support. And I'm here to actually, as a technologist, to sort of say that our innovation is actually not really innovative, in that the computer science problems that we're trying to solve, in some ways, are actually solved. Maybe they're solved in the 80s. But somehow the deployment and implementation of these issues are still very hard. And so that's why, as technologists, we might not be in sort of computer science boards and papers, or people read our papers at all. But the challenges are there in terms of understanding, the user interfaces that we develop, our preconceived notions of how we deliver these and how we design these things, are always wrong. And how do we make sure that we can bridge the gap with our users? How do we help organizations track the data track the workers that they're supporting and paying, and getting data that they think they want to get? And so there's a data collection issue, and there's a trust issue as well. And I guess as a software developer as well, there's also, in the end, we don't trust our users. And so how do we also provide the means in which we can close the loop in terms of understanding how our users work and how they are collecting data, and how trustworthy they are, and how much they can trust us as well as the software we give them. So there's a myriad of issues that are going on, and each day is a new challenge of trying to solve something new.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Payne, and I work as a technical advisor with the InHealth Alliance, and also an in-house specialist with Partners in Health. And those are the two projects or organizations I'll be talking about today. I'm also the director of an internal concept lab project, which does a lot of global health work in internal health, but not as relevant to pharmaceuticals still. So I wanted to start with just a point about the investments that healthcare organizations are making in IT all across the world. That in the U.S., general business practice would be that we see about 10% of revenue being diverted into IT infrastructure or development within organizations. And you'll see, and that's in somewhat information-intensive industries. And then in highly innovative fields, usually in the technology space specifically, they'll be putting 30 to 50% of their budget into IT. And in healthcare in the U.S., we're actually around 3%. And then you look around the rest of the world, and we're in low and middle income countries specifically, we're far lower than that. And so that, when you're trying to talk about using technology to innovate, and those are the kind of budgets you're working with, so you're pretty limited. And so I think your point about capacity earlier is totally true, that it's not, even if the capacity and expertise were available in the country, you often don't have the budget to hire them. So starting with that, I wanted to give two examples. One is with the InHealth Alliance and our work in Nigeria, and much more high-level work, and then the other is with Partners in Health in Haiti. And so with InHealth Alliance, our focus is on building up the enabling environment for InHealth tools to be used at scale globally and by countries. And as you can imagine, when governments start adopting mHealth and really embedding it into their programs, they really have to change the way they're doing work, as do the development partners that they're working with and their technology partners. And so we're looking across 5 different categories in the enabling environment. The first being policy, that there are a lot of inhibiting policies, and right now in a place like in Nigeria, just getting the short code and the regulations around that, it can often take 2 years, as one of our guys in the room knows, it's proximal. And especially if you're trying to do that across all the mobile network operators, which would be a very key intervention if you're going to do anything with short codes and mobile devices. That in itself, so there's some inhibiting regulations in place, but then there's also the lack of a lot of the enabling policies in place that would design an organizational structure or a health system that could actually foster the use of innovative technologies. So that's the policy. Evidence is lacking. We need better evidence in order to make decisions about, informed decisions about what things we're going to invest in. Some of this is just, is it more effective to deliver using a mobile device, certain services? And others, is it cost effective to do, we've got 15 different interventions we could possibly do, which one do we go with? Sustainable financing, both because right now this is largely donor funded. A lot of these are innovation grants, which just happen in maybe a 2-year time frame. So there's switching those over into the actual budgets of ministries of health. There's also the business models that how do we make this sustainable and revenue driven for the private sectors as well. Standards and interoperability, as soon as things start scaling, they have to interoperate with the rest of the information systems that are in place. It's key to continuity of care. And finally is capacity, like we already mentioned. So to make this more concrete then, I want to talk about Nigeria specifically and our work that we're doing there. So the mHealth Alliance is advising on building up the enabling environment there. Specifically when in the UN Life-Saving Commodities Convention, which is looking at 13 different commodities that you may know about these. And these include some of the ones that we've already mentioned through like JSI, and there's also amoxicillin, I've written some of these down, oxytocin, misoprostol, magnesium sulfate. So some of these are the key ones that we do use within maternal health. And so the government of Nigeria launched the Saving 1 Million Lives Initiative, and which is looking to prevent deaths of women and children over the next 2 years in line with the MDGs. And so specifically, we are going to be then recommending what are the actual interventions that you could bring to scale over the next 2 years that would help you get progress towards some of these targets. And so the commodities are going to be an essential component of that, and making just not only the supply but also the proper use. So there's a system in place right now by a number of technology partners or development partners that have been working on this, and about using text messages of a code that's written on the package to make sure the drugs are authentic. And so the first recommendation would be, let's extend that into all of the commodities that we're using with maternal health as well. And the second would be, and I guess that's a great example of one of the ICT-equipped interventions, but there's also these ICT-supported interventions where the health workers may not be using a phone directly or the consumers, but it requires that this infrastructure be in place in order for certain services to be provided. And a good example of that would be just tracking the utilization of these commodities which, so the district health information system is in place throughout the country and captures a lot of the service utilization throughout all the primary care facilities, and being able to expand that then as well to a lot of this commodity utilization. I was going to mention some of the JSI deliver or supply chain stuff that I've already got that mentioned or covered very well here. So that was on the enabling environment side. And the second example I was going to give was from Partners in Health in Haiti, and where we actually, I guess 2 years ago, there was the earthquake, as many of you know, and there was a devastating cholera outbreak that occurred as a result of the health system and the infrastructure collapsing. And so Partners in Health decided to do a vaccination campaign over 3 months, 50,000 people vaccinated, and that's it's a 2-dose drug. And so there's it's 100,000 visits over 3 months, high volume, high capacity. This is over 1,000, 1,500 people a day that had to be seen. And so it was decided, we need to look into using mobile devices to help accelerate this process, make it more reliable. And so we decided to use tablets with a barcode scanner attached to them, and print ID cards on site for all clients as they come through. And you know, it's just lined up like you were going on a Southwest plane. And you know, just quick registrations on the tablet, you know, scan the code so you have a unique identifier, and then come back 2 weeks later and do the same thing. And so the reason the tablet's been so useful, yes, definitely for speed, but also for tracking. So a lot of the work we're talking about here is now going longitudinally. So as we move away from infectious disease and more towards chronic illness, this longitudinal work is going to be essential. And having been able to track information across time and provider and space. And so this is one of the key promises that Intellis is offering. So I think I'll end there.
Hello, my name is Ting Shi, founder and CEO of Clickmedics. The company started with a very simple concept in 2008 of how can we use mobile phones to deliver healthcare. Because as you know, there are 7 billion mobile phones in the world, and probably 4 billion people who don't have adequate access. So why can't we just use mobile phones? And this is obviously not a new concept anymore, but at that time using smartphones to do healthcare was quite innovative. And what we did, well, is I backpacked with 16 phones in my book bag, traveled around Africa, and did various pilots as I went to visit different hospitals, organizations. And what we did was we worked with the doctors and the specialists to figure out what are the information that you need in order to make a remote diagnosis. And then we put those information on the phone. We train nurses, primary care doctors, and health workers to collect those information. And we tested over a number of hundreds of cases to see, well, is this enough information for you to make a diagnosis? We worked with predominantly at that time dermatologists, and at about 80% concordance, which means it's the same diagnosis in person compared with a remote diagnosis. And we did this in about 10 different countries. So we realized, wow, you can, with just the right information, actually make a diagnosis, keeping the specialists where they are, probably Boston, and helping patients wherever they are, whichever country, village, area it can be. Another benefit that we realized as we tried this model over and over is the training that just naturally occurred. So the nurse who sent a picture with the symptoms information about a patient, for example, HIV patient with CD4 count decreasing and skin outbreak. And over time, the nurse always gets a response, oh, well, okay, this means it's advancing to a further stage of HIV. They're beginning to learn more, even on their own, how to provide diagnosis. Makes them feel empowered, makes them feel much more useful using a mobile phone. And one story is, we worked in Botswana on diagnosing cervical cancer. We actually used, at that time, it was just a Samsung phone with 9x zoom. We took photos of the cervix. And after application of little household vinegar, you could see cancerous lesions turn white. And we taught the nurse midwives to identify cervical cancer with white lesions or healthy lesions. And over time, each of those images were reviewed with the women's health expert. Over 4 months' time, 2 of the nurses were 100% as accurate as the women's health expert. So the results are incredible. So what we're able to do and prove is that you can train remotely. Of course, it starts with a face-to-face interaction, and then move to training remotely. What that does is it allows lowest level health workers to be better at triage, so that you can have them screen, say, 200 patients every month, and pass all of those cases up to a supervisory level of, say, nurses or primary care doctors, and do another triage there, and pass those cases, bundle them up into a specialist. Essentially, what you can do is single specialists can reach out to about 10,000, in some cases also up to 40,000 patients by supervising various levels below. And therefore really extending the reach of the single specialist. And from the specialist perspective, they love seeing cases that they would otherwise only read in textbooks, or have to fly for 24 hours to some area and only see some of the special patients for about some weeks, and then never see them and never know what happens to them. So what we're trying to do is really to create incentives on both sides. From the doctor's perspective, why would they want to do this? Many of them have research incentives. Many of them also has profit incentives to reach more patients. Patients certainly want to be seen by experts as well, and therefore creating a revenue incentive as well as a social incentive to sustain the program so that patients get care, doctors get to see and treat patients. And hence we're a social enterprise, always generating profit but putting it back into both healthcare training delivery by means of lower cost resources, as well as educating everyone underneath the specialist chain. And what's so fascinating, thanks to Obamacare, we're now forced to look at what are the ways we can reform our own healthcare system. And as all of you know, in global health, in most of these countries, they have no resources, they have no people. They have people from the US trying to help them. So we've worked, and all of us here have worked with very minimal resources and has spent so much effort on implementation. Well, this country certainly could learn something from global health. So very, very excited to be speaking to you here. Thank you.
My name is Maura Susi. I am a second semester student here at the School of Public Health. I'm an international health concentrator, and I'm also in the pharmaceuticals program. And I'm shamelessly looking for a practicum also. I graduated from Brown University with dual bachelors in microbiology and business economics in 2010. Following my graduation, I moved to Guatemala, where I worked in healthcare for about a year. I worked both with infants and small children in a malnutrition center, and then I became a clinic administrator for a general practice just outside of Antigua, Guatemala. So I'm not an innovator, but I'm kind of an end user. I was a producer and consumer of healthcare actually on the ground in Guatemala, and had actually very frustrating encounters with technology there. My experience is mostly with the lack of computer literacy of medical staff and lack of resources in the clinic to address that need. And here I am today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Since no one seems to have a question yet, I have one I would like to pose to our panelists. As many of us know, there are hundreds of challenges and barriers that you can encounter along the road in not only developing new technologies and programs, but also in implementing those programs and their sustainability, and especially in developing countries. So I was hoping you could, some or all of you, could possibly address some things that you've encountered in your own personal work experience that were some barriers that you faced, and what you did to overcome those barriers in order to implement new technologies and programs and keep them sustainable.
I can start. So one of the issues, and it's actually very new to me as a business school student who graduated to just travel to Africa and work, is the grant funding cycle. So we worked with various medical schools funded through grants from the U.S. And a lot of times, everything just stops when grant ends. And to me, that was just shocking. So for example, a program in the CDC in Kenya was funded for 5 years. And when I asked what happens when the 5-year time's up, he said, well, we leave unless there's more funding. So that puzzles me, and I could not understand, why would you spend so much effort and work so hard for a few years and knowing that it will end? And what is the sustainable strategy or plan to, either train the current workforce or figure out a way to sustain the program after you leave? So what we have started doing is using the train-the-trainer approach and train the local resources so that there is someone who can train everybody else who is interested in this. We're also creating training programs in nursing schools to fulfill what we call telegeriatric nurses for senior care, as well as telematernal healthcare workers, so that they are proficient in using technology, they're proficient in triaging protocols as well, so that they can serve various communities within their own country and becoming a desired resource.
Some of the schools who work with the students, because they speak English, are already very, very desirable by hospitals in their own country. And with new equipped skills in mobile phone as well as computer technology, they can also be even more desirable. Some other of the trainings will be entrepreneurs, literally providing health risk screening services in their own communities. We're doing that not just abroad, we're also doing that in the US.
So I think a couple of people have said that some of this work isn't actually that innovative, and I think I totally agree in terms of the technology. It's really kind of low tech. But the area that we're innovating is the process and the actual implementation, the human workflows. You know, how does a provider start using a phone at the point of care? We don't really know. We're starting to experiment. We're starting to get some ideas and some evidence, but that's a kind of ill-defined space still. And I think something that can help emphasize that is here in Boston, the Boston Children's Hospital implemented a new CPOE, the Clinician Provider Order Entry System. And so these are some big, expensive systems to make sure that people are...
Microphone's not working.
Not working? So that the CPOE systems are the... that work? I think the system just went down. Talk loudly. Okay, I'll just keep going. I'll project.
We'll work on it.
So, I was just saying that with CPOE systems, there was one implemented at Boston Children's Hospital, and the total implementation of this cost $100 million. And this is to do, physician order entry to make sure there are no drug-drug interactions or drug allergy interactions with the patient. And of that total $100 million, how much do you think of that was the technology? It was less than $10 million. The software was about about $10 million in hardware. The rest of it was redesigning the workflows and a massive amount of training. And because it's challenging to change the way people work. And so this change management idea, I think, is actually the biggest obstacle. Is that working? Is that working now?
Can you hear this? Oh.
There you go.
Okay. Did you hear that already? I think I was done, so.
I guess to dovetail on what's been already said, I guess the main thing, I don't have anything substantive to say in terms of the grant funding cycle and all that. We're also victims to that as well. However, we often find ourselves sometimes walking away from projects when we make the realization that it's a human problem and that technology may not solve it. And that's sort of a difficult thing for me to do because I have this naive assumption that technology solves all world problems. But what we try to do when we sort of try to target a client or try to target a project is there has to be a local champion. We cannot be the Americans saving the day with some technology, because generally if we do that with sort of guns a-blazing, then when we leave, then all the devices will catch dust, they'll collect dust, and so nothing will happen. The injection of technology that we bring, or we try to bring, is only made possible by a local champion or a local dictator who wants to sort of really make some type of change within the organization or type of group. And the technology is only one means that if we weren't there, they would have done something else already. So I guess as future sort of people with entrepreneurial spirit and sort of wanting to help out, I mean, that's something that I can think of if you want to, in your travels, is see how little impact you will make. That if you disappear, will the program still go on? And in turn, see if the partnership you're making, they are really sort of that change maybe you want to sort of be a part of.
Well, when it comes to challenges, I think in my experience, I think of two mainly. From the perspective of, the first one really applies to, I think, all life sciences and really any heavy R&D startup, which is the issue of, I'm sure everybody's heard of the valley of death, which is sort of the place between the concept of a scientific or technological innovation in the lab and getting it through to this point where it can get on the commercialization track and become an actual product that can actually help the implementation of healthcare. And that's a really big issue. I think it really comes down to two, I think, issues. One is the real risks in development, especially when it comes to life sciences. There are huge risks along every stage when you go from the lab, when you start testing animal models, when you go into humans, and ultimately when you try to get regulatory approval. These are all very big challenges. The second one is an issue of availability of funding. I think this tangentially ties into, I think, some of what we're talking about in terms of grant availability and lifetimes, but not only in, I think, the grant world, but also in the private sector world. I think there's a really bad timing right now where sort of life sciences funding in the venture capital and other private sector sources are drying up just as we're meeting some of their biggest challenges when it comes to new global health obstacles, and I think that's something very important. The second thing that comes to mind, I think, is also sort of some stickiness in terms of adopting new approaches to delivering healthcare around the world. In our specific to our experience, one example is I mentioned earlier that there's basically only one vaccine that's ever allowed outside of the cold chain. Very recently, a meningitis vaccine was licensed by the WHO to be held outside the cold chain for about 4 days at a time, at most, which means when it gets to, after it gets basically to the community sort of regional health center, it can then go to the local clinics. That last mile might be able to be outside of the cold chain and unrefrigerated, but nothing before that. But the truth of the matter is, from a scientific perspective, there are a great many vaccines actually that have a greater temperature durability and stability than they're licensed for. Currently, the vast majority of vaccines have to be kept between 2 and 8 degrees Celsius. But there are actually a number of vaccines that could be good, for a much longer period of time at room temperature. But the problem is, for a number of reasons, probably the biggest reason being standardization of equipment and delivery. Bodies like the WHO simply regulate that all these vaccines need to be kept between 2 and 8, no matter what. And if they're outside of that, even if, in reality those vaccines are still good and can be delivered, those are thrown away and discarded. And that happens with as many as 50% of vaccines in some countries. And so that's sort of a secondary, part of a broader issue, I think, of sort of regulatory and administrative stickiness when it comes to implementing real scientific discoveries.
Okay, so I'm going to take a little bit of a spin on your question to challenges and talk about a challenge and how an innovation, particularly in mHealth, has kind of helped address this challenge. And in supply chain management, one of the things that we struggle with is data. And a lot of people, in all the things that we work, we're needing data to make decisions. And in supply chain, you need data visibility up and down the supply chain. You need to know how much was dispensed to the client from the storeroom, how much moved between different levels. That information needs to travel all the way up from the lowest level of the system, from the community health worker, to central level bodies who are making decisions about procurement, who are making decisions about using ministry budgets as to what they're going to buy, being able to inform donors as to what they need or what they're requesting, whether it be Global Fund or USAID. That data has to travel even farther up the system to manufacturers who need data to be able to know how much raw materials should they be procuring in terms of products to buy. And so data visibility is a challenge for us, and I think in everyone working in global health, whether it's health information, logistics information, something that we're trying to get a better handle on. And I think the other challenge, and what I work with in my position, is people. And as Jonathan and others have talked about on the panel, that we're talking about processes and change management, and how are you integrating these things into the workers who are going to be implementing all these technologies. What's their role? How does this jive into their roles and responsibilities on a day-to-day basis? And in my position as kind of a capacity building lead for the project, looking at how are we supporting staff within the Ministry of Health, the public sector health centers in doing their jobs. And an innovation that has been applied with JSI's partnership with Damagi in a number of countries is trying to help people use phones to report on doing data reporting. So in Malawi, the C-Stock program has improved reporting in Malawi from 40% to 80% in terms of reporting for community health workers. Community health workers are resupplied from health centers. They now, using their own phones, not a phone that was supplied by a donor, not a fancy phone, their phone, report what they've, it's basically a logistics management information system in their phone. And they're able to report that data up to a health center, up to the Damagi's cloud online system where districts and higher level facilities have access to their data, can see stock levels that the community health workers have, to be able to basically make decisions. You can make you see that data. You're empowering people with data and information to be able to make decisions about where should stock go, where do we need to move supply around from, to be able to meet the needs of patients. In similar programs in Tanzania with the ILS Gateway, looking at, in Tanzania, they have a paper-based reporting system. The ILS Gateway, again, mobile phone for health workers, their own phone, reporting stock levels on 20 tracer products on a quarterly basis, in sync with their regular responsibilities of when they're reporting on their paper-based forms as to what their stock levels are, so that higher levels can make quicker decisions about moving stock around so that stockouts aren't happening. So there are ways that we can use technology and innovation to kind of help some of our challenges with data visibility and providing data to decision makers, but also in this whole idea of a champion and who's really going to be moving your efforts forward afterwards. I think data is such a powerful tool for people. If you show people in Zambia, I don't have the exact stats, but this is about 6 years ago, right at the beginning of PEPFAR and the beginning of Global Fund, Global Fund wanted consumption data. They wanted data on how many ARVs are going to patients. And Global Fund wasn't going to release a round of funding to the government of Zambia without consumption data. And the government, in collaboration with, it was then the USAID Deliver project, we were able to implement a logistics management information system, get data on what consumption was, and the government was actually able to procure less than what they were procuring previously of antiretrovirals because they had data on what was actually being dispensed to clients. And that empowered the ministry, and out of it rose champions within the ministry to say, look, I have this information. I was able to save money. I was able to get a global fund to release a round of their grants to the country to procure more antiretrovirals. So I think in how we can look at challenges and look at how the innovations can help us, but sinking that into providing data for people to empower them to make decisions, but also sinking it into their routine, their business, their currently operating business processes. So it's not something new. It's not something in addition to what they do already. So that was my contribution.
So I think data is a huge challenge. I couldn't agree with you more. I spent the last 10 years in the venture capital space, and we invested in medical technology companies that were targeting low and middle income countries in some cases. And our biggest challenge as an investor was getting market data to make the business case that these technologies could actually be sustainable in the long term and that they could actually generate a return on investment for us. And it's very hard to do when we're based here. And so we actually hired JSI to do some great work for us on
the ground in Tanzania, understanding the needs. And I think one of the things that I learned from working with them was that I think a colleague of mine has called it the use, choose, and pay the dues issue, where the user is often different from the decision maker, who's often different from the person paying for the technologies. And so really having on the ground understanding of all of the different stakeholders involved really helped us to, we were looking at a multiplex point of care diagnostic platform. And we had questions ranging from what should be on the panel, who would our manufacturing and distribution partners be, how much would people actually pay for a diagnostic, how would it be used in these settings, what what were the realities in the clinical settings that we were interested in. And it was a very different due diligence process for us. And I think we learned through that process the complexities and all of the different stakeholders involved in decision making and implementing these technologies. And so I think that stakeholder analysis and really digging into the market dynamics very early, before a technology is developed or while it's being developed, can help you solve the challenges that you'll likely face down the road.
Thank you. My questions, I think, are directed mostly at Joel, and for that wonderful. I laughed so much from your presentation. I ran a state Ministry of Health in Nigeria, and the constant problem of logistics we faced was that the federal government will send me a letter saying that there's drugs or vaccine in a warehouse in the federal capital, and it was my responsibility from the state to get it to the state capital and then deliver it to the primary health care centers. There was no money in the state budget for this, and there was no regular, it was anytime, it was just as they were delivered. They might have something expiring in 2 months, and they would now decide to send it to the states. And most of these were things supplied by WHO. It wasn't PEPFAR. PEPFAR had their own organization which you ran. But I don't know if there's any way you are working with WHO to stop this kind of, and also actually, even with the pharmaceutical companies, not to supply to governments without also putting in place a plan for delivery to the local healthcare level, which they just supply to the federal government. And in Nigeria, with 150 million people, most of the time the drugs don't get to the end user. That's the problem. So I don't know if your organization involved in thinking just outside what the US government does, but what is done around with other organizations. And also, in terms of logistics, I still think the most sustainable way is to put in a business motive for local delivery. Because, I mean, I hate to use the cliche of Coca-Cola, but I've been to the most remotest villages, and there's a local woman selling Coca-Cola there, and she's selling it because she makes money. It's not the same, but there has to be some local incentive for people to take on this logistics. And I think it can be done somehow, because that is how it's more sustainable. And then for Jonathan, I have a question, because you said there was technology at the primary health care centers in Nigeria. I actually, the primary health care center in Nigeria is a bare bone facility. And I was like, where did he get that information? There were 3,000 primary health care centers in Nigeria, and they're barely functional. I'm not even sure most of them have electricity. So I was just shocked that
it's at the national level that they just report into it using paper.
So the technology's not at the sites. You're totally right.
Okay, so I was very, very,
Sorry.
because I know the facilities, I know what's involved, and I know that there's barely nothing, and even at the secondary healthcare facility level, it's still very bad. But thank you for clarifying.
I don't know if I can solve WHO's problems for you. Quite often, and Aaron may want to speak to this specific instance of it, quite often the UN agencies deal with the countries directly, and that's what the problem is. In our program, we really do get down. In fact, we are working a lot in Nigeria, and actually in northern Nigeria, and do get down to the local areas and do think about how to get it from the warehousing out. UN agencies are a little bit different and have to go country to country, and that's one of the good parts of it, but also one of the limitations that they have.
Thank you for your question. Yes, we are working in Nigeria, and I think one of a challenge in every country is that everybody asks is, why Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola is there, why can't you get condoms there, why can't you get drugs there? And there are inherent differences in the kind of value chain of both of those supply chains in terms of incentives or profit or money that changes hands that is different in a public sector supply chain when that isn't happening. However, we've been implementing commercial sector approach called something called vendor managed inventory, which is any Walmart, you go to CVS or any grocery store and you see people restocking shelves, right? That don't work for Shaw's or don't work for CVS. It's a distributor who's going there and they have information about how much was used at CVS on that particular day, and they can restock it. And that vendor is actually managing the inventory. CVS isn't managing it, the vendor is. And so JSI has applied, Joel spoke about it in his opening remarks, in Zimbabwe, a system called the Delivery Team Topping Up Unit, where it's a truck, a small warehouse, kind of mini warehouse on a truck that goes direct from warehouse to facility. And they using technology also as ruggedized laptops, they're doing all the data information and collection when they're going directly to the facility, getting information on how much was used, top up the facility to their established stock levels, and do that on a routine basis. And this is a model that's being replicated in Senegal with Gates funding, and it's also being piloted in Nigeria at the moment with USAID through USAID funding in the Deliver project at the moment. But that's one remedy of kind of doing direct delivery from warehouse to facility. So it's not that someone in Abuja calls you and says, it's here, come get it. That it's actually the responsibility of the vendor. In this case, it's still, could still be the ministry. We're also out using commercial sector approaches such as outsourcing distribution. For SCMS, we use RTT and UPS for some of the distribution. In Mozambique, we're outsourcing distribution of short shelf life laboratory commodities to a private sector delivery courier. So looking at those models, we don't need to have ministries of health being in the business of being distributors. Ministries of health have lots of responsibilities, and it's not something that in the United States or any Western world do we have any massive public central medical stores that delivers products like that. It's all privately managed. And so it's an approach that we're applying in various countries to try to look at how do we gain some efficiencies and make your life easier in being able to have those products available to your clients. So hopefully that helps. And I'm around to talk about that more if you want.
Hello, my name is Milan, and just most recently I was a project manager for Novartis Vaccines, responsible for bacterial vaccine programs. And one of my projects was this maternal vaccination implementing for GBS. I did get a chance in that effort to go to Malawi, and one of our tasks was to see if Malawi, the health infrastructure, is able to handle a research program, a vaccine research program. We thought about using technology to collect data from the patient perspective. You guys had talked about using technology from a healthcare delivery perspective, but from the end user, i.e. the patients, how do you use technology? So that's a question up for you guys. But one of the challenges we saw was the illiteracy rate. that the patients were not able to really, the limitation with using technology was a 1 or 2 binomial sort of code entry texting. But to implement a local and systemic data collection of a vaccine trial, you need a lot of systemic data collection tools. So I was curious from your expertise and from using technology, if there's any examples of or any ideas that you can sort of elaborate on how we can use that from a pharmaceutical perspective to collect data, which you talked about earlier, but from really data point for research purposes so that we're able to gather to inform our sort of dossier. The other issue is we face from ethics perspective to give these patients a cell phone, a smartphone that's able to communicate sort of globally. The incentive at that point becomes an issue, correct? So these patients don't have, let alone a smartphone, any means of either, you're lucky if they're able to eat on a daily basis. So we'd face that issue. So from a pharma perspective, we're challenged. We're going to deliver these vaccines to this developing world, but yet we don't have the means, be it technology or being ethics. So how do you, and as people that are in these nonprofit organizations, how do you advise the pharma industry to sort of utilize your efforts, if we can leverage from that, to help us achieve and get these products out to the world that need it the most?
So with regard to the low literacy question, we run into that quite a bit for both the patients as well as the health workers as well, mainly for the patients. And so on our Candy Bar Symbian Nokia phones, the cheap $100 or $60 80 color phones, or even our Android phones, we do have a pictographs option, multimedia option, video and audio to show as part of the interaction. And so we actually only equip the health workers with the phones, especially in these rural areas where phone outreach is very low. Health workers may be sort of important people in the village or sort of people sent out from NGO. And so as part of the interaction, the pictures will sort of have a common sort of scenarios or sort of to ask about from maternal health. There might be bleeding questions and positioning suggestions as part of delivery, and other sort of scenarios like that. And the audio can be spoken out in the mother tongue for the village as well. So that is one way in which we sort of help engage the rural areas. And that in turn builds a trust with the provider, the healthcare provider, as well with the patient. The interaction itself can be more, if there's long prompts, long conversations that sort of instruct the health worker to say, now is your turn to talk to the patient about this, take iron, and then that starts another conversation that sort of builds more trust and future utilization of this health intervention as far as the full encounter sort of goes on for months and months at a time. And so that's one way in which we can deal with the literacy question. Was your question incentives or research incentives?
The second question was related to ethics, because we actually was curious, not from the health worker perspective, but actually giving a device to a patient. Because in a vaccine trial, at least Chris can correct me, but the 7 days become critical, the local systemic reactions. How do you collect real-time data from the patient? You can't clearly, the healthcare worker cannot live with the patient. I mean, you can send them out on a daily basis, but then that becomes cost.
Right. So in a separate vaccine trial, I believe, I think Julia can answer that later afterwards. She's another colleague of mine from Milwaukee. We do have a text messaging follow-up system for signs and symptoms for the patient if they have a phone. And so some incentives, and I think it's fairly standard practice in this area for responsiveness. You provide talk time as part of the deal of responsiveness to these types of interactions. So there are creative sort of financial arrangements you can do to sort of not make it costly to the patient. But that's also, there's some logistics in terms of what John was saying about gateways and all that stuff, so that the size and scale of it sort of becomes an issue there. But in general, we do, for these types of interactions, we do, not for our CHW Center programs, we actually do still do those types of visits. If it requires a 7-day visit, we do a visit there. And so we have separate research done that the phones to be equipped with our CHWs do keep a continuously rolling, updating real-time track of who needs to be visited when. And you can have to route their visit accordingly to that. And then if they're getting close to it, we'll then send text messages and nag them until they actually do the visit. So as long as they actually do the visit and they send it back to the server, this cycle is being maintained.
Just had one thought to add to this was that there's a few projects now that are using IVR, which is interactive voice response, and it works great also in low literacy areas. And where you can have the phone call the client directly and ask them questions and collect data that way. And so they may not be literate, but they could be numerate, which is often the case. And so press 1 if this, press 2 if this. And it's a possible way towards addressing both the literacy problems and collecting data.
Just to add on to that, some of the innovative technology, one is called Cara Health. What they do is for patients who call in, they can determine through machine learning and artificial intelligence, basically figure out whether the patient is truly stressed. So something like, are you worried? And then the patient says, yes, I am. And based on the voice response and the tone, they can determine whether the patient may be depressed and various other methods. So it's just an extension of SMS plus interactive voice response and actually detecting from that voice response whether there's any stress level and further symptoms. And as to your ethics question, at least in my interaction as well as some of the panelists here, it's unlikely we would actually give a smartphone or a higher end expensive phone to the patient. Most of the interaction is done through a trained health professional who does do the home visits, and they are literally the conduit of care and the one who's developing the relationship with the patient and providing any physical aids needed to help the patient through whether it's a vaccine trial or other healthcare services.
I want to come back to the question of the woman from Nigeria about working with the commercial sector. Forget the Coca-Cola idea. But it is the case that maybe 2/3 of the people in developing countries go to commercial pharmacies all the time. And we keep rebuilding the public system. In fact, my students from Mass College had one case study I did 10 days ago that was public sector in Haiti. And then we did one in Bangladesh, which was all the commercial sector. And as you pointed out, Erin, we don't have essential medical stores in the United States. We go out to Walgreens or CVS or whatever. Neither does Turkey. Is anybody doing anything like giving patients vouchers and thinking about having them really use the commercial sector pharmacies rather than just the distribution or some of the other innovations you talked about, but really going, okay, let's go into the real private sector and figure out how to make that work, even though it's very complicated and very different. Because I've heard people, and I've come to this conclusion recently myself that we really should experiment more with that. And I can remember people from Deliver joking a decade ago about how, well, we got paid to go into this country and we fixed it up and it's all working fine. And then after we were gone for a few years, USA had said, please come back, it's broken again. So I'm wondering if when you talk about processes and innovation, whether anybody's really making that big leap and going over to where all the developed and mid-level countries have been for as long as we've been alive.
Thank you. That's a really good point, and it's something that I think, particularly in the family planning sector, they've really been looking at those issues in particular because it's looking at market dynamics and what is the market in terms of ability to pay, and trying to kind of segment your market of clients as to where they're going to go. And it's a policy level bit of work that I think we've been working in peripherally. I think because of the nature of our contracts and what we're kind of tasked to do, is some of the implementation and strengthening that public sector system. But I think through different groups in a lot of countries, in Bangladesh is one example, but working through kind of intergovernmental agencies to form commodity security committees, which are groups that will meet quarterly, potentially, to look at both public sector stock and position of stock and is stock available, but to also address some of those higher level issues of how are we dividing our market and what are we looking at in terms of what can private sector absorb and what should they be taking on in terms of their patient load versus public sector. It's a bit of work that we've been doing. We don't look at it a lot because it is complicated in that it involves a lot of the health insurance schema of the country. What's happening? Health insurance is fairly in kind of nascent adolescent stages in a lot of these countries, and not that many people have access to it. And some of those private sector accessing private sector pharmacies sometimes requires health insurance or is benefited by access to health insurance. But it is looking at kind of your market dynamics. But it is an innovation that over time, I think, as these countries kind of grow in their economies and economic development, where are we moving towards? And I think one of the steps we're trying to take is looking at public sector and trying to get them out of the business of distributing. And so do that as a first step, and then let's start moving even further back of it. How much do we really want to be even supplying or managing some of these health systems? But with these mammoth kind of public sector health systems that we're working in some of these countries, it's kind of step by step. Not a great answer to your question, but something that definitely needs to have more work and more research done around it.
On a much smaller scale, the clinic that I was the administrator of, we actually did a pilot program where we partnered with a local pharmacy, and we were writing coupons for our patients because we couldn't stock the pharmacy. We had a lot of trouble with our local distributors. We could not keep things in stock, and we could not keep the prices consistent. So whenever we had a doctor write a script for something that we just didn't have, we would kind of send the patient off to the pharmacy. Again, we were privately run by an NGO that was based in the States, so it was we had none of the public-private issues. It was just kind of something that we agreed to pay the pharmacy for directly. And even then, we ran into a ton of red tape. We had a lot of issues with patients would go to the pharmacy, and then the pharmacy would upsell them something else. We had a lot of issues with accountability on the end of the pharmacy, where it's like, did the patient actually come and get this? Did you actually give this to them? So I think it does all come back to data, and the ability of pharmacies and providers to communicate is really just not there in a lot of these places. And even the commercial pharmacies have trouble keeping track of what comes in, what goes out, and even the commercial pharmacies are making sales under the table.
Somewhat similar to that, in our work in Bangladesh, so you may be familiar with Growing Health. It's a microfinance institution that's also established 57 clinics across the country. Everything is private pay. A lot of times they would do, well, it's based on whether you can pay. If you can pay, then you pay. If you cannot, then it's free. And a lot of times they do stock the pharmacy in the clinic, and it's provided and paid for. And their pharmacy does make a nice, decent margin to make the clinic actually sustainable, being able to provide free services for some of the more poor patients.
My question is from the end user's point of view, the community health worker and the patients in the rural communities where your mobile health solutions are presently deployed or have been deployed in the past. I'm going to talk about the issue of follow-up. Is there any data on follow-up? I mean, what I mean is that when you implement a program, right, do the patients stay with the program? Do they eventually just go elsewhere? Because one of the problems with rural communities is the trust issue, that they tend to trust the local traditional healer over the foreign things. So these are things that we pass down through history. So when they see the technologies come in and come to try to get information from them and transfer it to the phone, there's a lack of trust because there is no human connection. So eventually, my fear is that they may eventually go back to a traditional healer, because this is going to affect sustainability of the pilot project, like the project. Sorry, like you said, once you leave, they may just say, we're not interested, we like the current system. So that's just my concern.
I guess in terms of follow-up, so there are sort of two ways in which, I mentioned before, the health workers, there's always a human-to-human contact with all these, let's say in the long-term tracking that we do, specifically for, say, pregnancy and newborn tracking. So there's regular visits that are always scheduled with the community health worker that we do, and they are reminded via their phone, their active case list that they have on their phone, as well as timely text messages to remind them to sort of plan their route accordingly for them. So that sort of steady beep that is there for the visit is it needs to be built into the protocol that you deploy on the mobile device. And so, it's sort of it's a cost-benefit sort of question of like how often do you want to visit versus like losing the follow-up. And so we found that with the regular visits for, say, one of our maternal protocols, with the timely visits and text messaging, the loss to follow-up, was kept low. In turn, so say there's referral being done as well, and so you need to send them to a far clinic. That type of loss to follow-up is also another issue we try to address, and so that's something we give a ticket to the patient for them to visit the far clinic, and then the far clinic will then provide something in return that can bring them back. So we try to close that loop as well to make sure that if something has actually been opened up, say you must visit this doctor because you have some type of additional condition that we're not qualified to address, those types of additional follow-ups are also something we try to track as well, whether or not the the referred institution is part of our system or not. I guess anecdotally, we have in our project in Dodoma, Tanzania, we noticed there was a small baby boom with our pregnant mothers, but it wasn't really because that they were more fertile. It's because that they were actually giving them gifts as part of the incentive to sort of be part of the system. And there were fewer people lost to follow up because, as part of this sort of gifting and incentives for the mothers to be part of it, there was a miraculous baby boom.
Just a comment. I think you raised an interesting point. The first is pilot programs always work. You over-resource them, you work on them in the short term, and then you leave, and perhaps you don't have the same capabilities continuing. I think I think most organizations try not to set up parallel systems, but actually try to embed within the current system, whether it's the NGO or the government, and try to help them get better, build the capacity, rather than creating an external system. One difficulty you have is that donors love these kind of technology things. They fall in love with them, and then they fall out of love with them when they aren't scalable. The two big issues are sustainability and scalability. And so I think that's something we all struggle with. There are no easy answers to that. It's important to educate donors, too, to say that, just because you can get quick numbers doesn't necessarily mean that you're creating a sustainable system. In fact, quite often getting those quick numbers is antithetical to creating a system that's sustainable. In Massachusetts, if you know anything about Massachusetts education, we have something called MCAS, which supposed to teach you something about whether you can graduate or not. And what people do is teach for the test, so people pass the test quite easily and know virtually nothing about the subject. Well, people do the same kind of thing. So unless you're careful and embed it within the culture itself, whether that's traditional healers who are often trained to come within the system, external parallel systems look good, but they don't work in the long run.
one experience that we saw was in Uganda with a program there that was using mobile phones to help with diagnosis of childhood illness. And these community health workers, we asked them how often, when they provided a small range of pharmaceuticals, we said, what percentage of the time when patients come to you, independent of the phone, what percentage of the time do you actually give the patient drugs? And they said 90% of the time. And when they had, and part of the reason for that was that patients were demanding drugs because they thought that was going to make their children better. And so then they had this tool, this kind of backup tool to help with diagnosis, and that percentage went down. And so there was some skepticism about, was this actually helping or hurting? And so I think there was some additional education that needed to happen about, new tools introduced into the healthcare system and process. But I think there is there certainly was a healthy skepticism. Things are different. Why are they different? Is it improving health outcomes or is it hurting health outcomes? So I think making sure that, as you point out, sort of understanding how things typically work, and then using technology to enhance that rather than disrupt it is important.
I just want to say, Dan, you look pretty cool. Not in formals. I wish I could also be in my t-shirt and jeans when I was a panelist. But so, I just want to address, I'm a big advocate of technology in healthcare. I'm a telemedicine guy. I worked back home as a medical advisor for a telemedicine company. But at that time, I didn't address this question because they were paying a lot of money to me. But a big question always used to be safety. So how do you address safety? And how do you regulate something like a topic like safety when it comes to telemedicine? And so is it a conscious effort thinking about telemedicine and safety, or you're thinking about access to healthcare? How are you looking at it?
That's a tough question. So the telemedicine type of projects that we've been a part of, I think I'm going to sort of duck behind my title as just a software developer and say that that's not exactly my responsibility. However, in Zambia with the cervical cancer training program out there, and they in turn have been trying to create a center of excellence for regional cervical cancer training out there. The technology that we've been trying to help facilitate with them there in terms of training the surrounding countries is just try to build in a sort of a continuing education sort of certification type program there, and so the technology can help facilitate in making sure that each week the people trained in surrounding countries will have to submit their records in order to retain their sort of title within the program, and in turn that sort of helped build sort of a subscription model to sustain these programs as well. And so, in that end, technology is just facilitating what the program is trying to do. But I think that the people might have something similar as well. So.
Yeah, safety is always incorporated into how we design and use the technology, and as Dan said, it is just a tool. In all of our work, it always starts with patient consent, patient safety. A lot of it has to do with what the research protocols as well, and why are we compliance and all of that. It is the first thing that's addressed. How are we protecting patients and how is it safety? A lot of the use we use initially for telemedicine is for triage. So if you can be 100% sure about this and you've done it 1,000 times, then yeah. But let's capture data anyways and have someone look at it just to make sure. So by doing that, we are making sure that you have the data, you can always check if there's any fault around it. But at the basic level, we're triaging, say, 20% initially in the first month, going up to an expert who's actually looking at the data, and then triaging up, and then say, you really do need to come in, I need to confirm, I need to do a biopsy, I need to do other lab tests to make sure this is what I think you have. So, say first month is 20% triaging out, second month maybe 30%, 40%. That's where the learning begins, but safety is consistently throughout for the patient, of course.
Hi, my name is Melka, and I'm taking a class right now on implementing programs in developing countries. And one of the things is quality improvement, which kind of keeps going, and it's not a one-time thing. So you do implement, when you implement programs in developing countries, so you're on the giving end, but do you care to know how? Maybe, I guess my question is like, how do you get feedback from the patients? And one of the issues is sometimes you have illiteracy or patients that are not very learned. So how do you care to get feedback from them? What systems, what kind of tools or systems would you use to do that? I'm just kind of curious. As to improve the quality of care that you're giving.
In some of the work that we do, we get feedback by follow-up. So when a patient first comes in, we might say, don't know what this diagnosis is, and we get some consultation advice from doctors in the U.S. Back to the doctors in the country we're working in. This would be Guatemala and Uganda, where we had these instances. And sometimes we get feedback such as, we don't have the prescription medication, we may try these other prescription that's available in country, or try to have the patient come back and do a biopsy. And we work through the local clinics to literally call the patient back to do the various follow-up, and that's how we're getting communication remotely to understand what the patient really needs, as well as what is available in country in terms of both pharmaceuticals and treatment methods.
This is not exactly a technology solution, but technology helps it a bit. One of our partners, I believe it's BRAC, in their CHW program, they're I think it's like a 2 or 3 level management sort of bureaucracy. So the CHW does a visit to the household. They need to write a number down in terms of part of the interaction, and then randomly their manager will visit 1% or 10% of their supposed CHW visits. And so that is to also verify that they did visit, and also potentially do follow up with the patient to see if they're actually doing it and they're actually doing a good job. And then in turn, then there's a manager of managers that does visits for those randomly, those as well, to make sure the manager is managing the people that they're managing. And so it's actually very well organized. And so, if you have that type of, organizational capacity, we can help, but you're probably doing a good job already. In terms of patient feedback, I guess in SMS is hard. Like you said, literacy and phone access. You can have part of your CHW visit include a form and protocol, like randomly have it be doing a survey of the patient as well. I'm not sure how useful or not useful it will be. You can sort of build these into sort of interactions, but I guess it's what you want to measure.
I also think in terms of feedback and implementation, you also have to think about your levels of clients. Like there's the patient is your ultimate client. But you also have other clients within thinking about a supply chain. You have clients at every level of the system. Your client is the store manager at the health facility. Your client is the district pharmacist. Your client is the regional store manager. So how are you getting feedback from those different levels of clients, because they're the implementers of the system? Ultimately, they should be getting the feedback from their patients and the quality of care, but if you're an implementer and implementing a project, we work into our logistics management information system. Again, it's data. How are you getting feedback on your reporting system? How are you giving feedback, whether it's through supportive supervision visits, what your monitoring plan is for how you're evaluating your system along the way. So I think it's important to think about your levels of clients in your implementation of a program.
Hi, we have time for one more question.
Thanks. So my question's pretty similar. I was hoping that some of you could speak to any steps that you may have taken to improve local technical capacity so that the communities you work in cannot just use your program, but help troubleshoot issues, repair broken equipment or replace broken equipment, and kind of working on those long-term sustainability issues.
One of the things that Camtech is doing is we are setting up co-creation labs in Uganda and India, specifically to build entrepreneurial capacity around technology innovation. And the goal of these labs is to bring together clinicians, engineers, as well as entrepreneurs to think about the sustainability issues, where people from different disciplines can come and collaborate and troubleshoot, come up with new ideas to improve health in their communities. We're certainly bringing expertise from the Boston community, as well as kind of cross-pollinating between Africa and India as well. We spent, in the fall, we spent some time on the ground in Uganda and India, and I was talking about this earlier with someone, we're just so impressed with the local talent, looking for really venues to innovate technically, to kind of come together to think about best practices, all with an eye toward improving patient care in their communities. And there just aren't that many venues to do that. They're rare sometimes in Boston, but they're very rare in some of these communities.
And there's something called Coded in Country that I think is a good example of this. It's a little different, it's not implementation specific, but it's more of a brand that you could stamp on your project and say, we have used this funding and are committed to growing capacity, and we had our systems coded in country. And there are local development and consulting firms that are partnering up, and like listing their names on this site, to also build their own brand as well. So that's something.
Okay. Thank you to all of our panelists. We really appreciate your insight and for spending your very valuable time with us this afternoon. So thank you very much for that and giving us a lot to think about and thank you for questions. Hopefully you can all stick around, and anyone who has any more questions will be able to come up and talk to you a little bit more about them. Before we end with a networking reception this evening, I would just like to invite Dr. Chris Gill forward to come give a few closing remarks. He's the director of our pharmaceuticals program, an associate professor in the Department of International Health, and a member of the BU Center for Global Health and Development. So, Dr. Chris Gill.
So that was a long 6 hours, and I appreciate so much you staying with us. A number of years ago, I was traveling with a colleague of mine, someone you may know, David Marsh from Save the Children, and we were in Megele, Ethiopia. Actually, I don't think the place we were in had a name. It was about 2 hours from Megele, which is a place that's hard to find on the map. And we had traveled out to visit a rural health center. And while we were there, we were chatting with the clinic officer about their stockout issues. And at the time, the clinic officer pointed out that they had no antimalarial medications for several weeks now. And while we were there, a mother brought in a child who was clearly not well, and it was one of those sort of awkward moments where you're a clinician and you're looking at this child, and the child is now pale as a sheet, insofar as one can be pale and be Ethiopian, but the pale, and shivering with fever, with a huge swollen spleen, and just sweating bullets, and looked so much to me like this was a classic presentation of falciparum malaria. And the clinic officer dutifully went through the integrated management of childhood illness algorithm and said, okay, we've got fever, yes, we've got rapid respiratory rate, is the child coughing, yes, the child apparently was coughing as well. So amoxicillin is the answer. And gave some amoxicillin, and we're like, oh, this is not good, the child has malaria. so we reached into our medical kits, and I had tablets of mefloquine that I was taking for my prophylaxis, and crushed them up and gave it to the kid. And took the kid with us in our 4x4 off to the clinic in the Gillette. And the kid, of course, had classic falciparum. We were not wrong. And so we look back on this example, and I say, geez, this was lucky, But the remarkable thing about this was not that there happened to be an infectious disease clinician in some rural place in Ethiopia. But I think the remarkable thing about this was that there was this drug, mefloquine, that allowed me to do anything about this kidney area. And so if you sort of think about that, how this came to be, you have presumably some clever Swiss chemists somewhere back in the 50s who did molecular discovery and synthesized this compound and then passed that information along to manufacturers who purified the compound and developed the compound, and then it went into clinical trials and was tested, and the efficacy and safety of this compound was determined, and the risk profile and the use indication and dosage was determined, and then they put it into a factory, and then they put it into blister packs, and then they put a name on it, and they sold it, and it came to me. And all of that could not have happened without this sort of chain of discovery and innovation. And we as the physicians are at the very end of that, and we tend to take a lot of credit for that. But my goodness, there were thousands of people before me who allowed that event to occur. And without that, it wouldn't matter if I was there, because there's nothing I can do. So, in public health, I somewhat facetiously say there are three things that we do, right? We say, don't smoke, exercise more, don't drink too much, behavioral change, we call that. Or we try to change people's environments. We dig latrines, or we get rid of open sewer pits. We call that environmental change. But the other thing that we do in public health, which is in fact mostly what we do in public health, is we give drugs to people. That's the biggest part of public health, okay, by far. The rest of it is also important. I'm not prioritizing this, but I'm saying that at the end of the day, it does come down to vaccines and pharmaceuticals. And without that, public health, we could talk a lot, but we would have nothing to do. And so it is a funny thing. So Dr. Simon earlier mentioned, and Voss mentioned, that I had sort of gone through the revolving door of academia to industry and then back to academia. And there was this moment when I was talking with John, and I realized to myself that, goodness gracious, I'm going to be shortly putting on a Darth Vader mask and breathing deeply and practicing my James Earl Jones voice because I'm going over to the dark side. And when I got to Novartis, I found that all my colleagues were former CDC, WHO, Alan Kimura, my friend across the desk, had in his career developed a hip vaccine, a pneumococcal vaccine, and was clearly not in it for the money. And in fact, the entire development team of people I encountered there were passionate public health professionals, and were not making Hello Kitty dolls, but they were doing this because this saved lives. And that was what got them up in the morning every day. And that was sort of an epiphany to me. So when I came back to BU, I felt like, there are legitimate issues around transparency and malfeasance and conflict of interest. And all of those things that we think about in terms of the pharmaceutical industry, these are in fact true, and yet they're also missing the point, which is that as public health professionals, we can choose to see these drugs and these vaccines as manna from heaven and ignore where they came from. Or we can engage with the pharmaceutical industry in partners. And so I think the latter model is actually a better way, because if we disengage ourselves and just hide behind these conflict of interest rules, then we're missing a tremendous opportunity. So maybe a better way is rather than having sort of sidebar conversations around how we engage, perhaps the way forward is to actively engage, to deliberately engage, and to do it transparently. And so when they asked me to direct the pharmaceutical program, I started that with that model in mind, is how do we reach across to our colleagues in the public sector, the private sector, in the policy sector, and in the industry, and start to engage in open, transparent dialogues for our mutual benefit. Because we actually, at the end of the day, are trying to do the same And so with that, I wanted to thank all of our panelists for coming, and for the audience particularly for coming. I have a long list of people I also want to thank. I wrote them down so I would hopefully not forget. We have an internal advisory board, which is Dean Meenan, John Simon, Marion Yude from epidemiology, Alan Jetty from health policy and management, and Lisa Sullivan from the education office, who's also the dean of education. So thanks to them all. They have been tremendously supportive of this program, and we would not be here without that. I'd also like to thank Louis Casey, Professor Louis Casey, who's a professor of health policy and management, who co-founded pharmaceutical programs a number of years ago, and I think that was a visionary idea, and without him, we would not be here today. I would very much like to thank Checkers, who provided some food in the back. This day was a long time coming. We started the planning for this in September. And there was a lot of people behind us. And so let me list a few of them. From the pharmaceutical program, Pivitri Dravidi, Alex Ireland, Corey Joseph, Emma Little, Ken Morgan, Amkar Sharma, Alyssa Skoke, Amy Studetic, Molly John. And I would particularly like to thank Kara Callard and Vicki Bowman. Callard came into my office last week. I think you were distressed. We realized we needed a stage. That without a stage, you would not be able to see the people. You looked close to tears, so I took out my credit card and we ordered the stage on the spot. I'll figure out the reimbursement. It turns out the stage was key. But I would imagine that from me alone, you probably have received hundreds of emails at various times of night with odd requests and my own neuroses projected upon you. I would imagine that from within your colleagues and in the network and finding all our fine speakers that you've probably fielded thousands of emails and requests over the past few weeks and dealt with innumerable challenges in terms of the catering, the food, and the venue, and setting up the chairs and the microphones and the camera, and getting this room. All of these things were done by the students while I very gratefully watched and occasionally commented and thanked you. But I want to thank you again. This was a tremendous job. Thanks so much. Excellent. So we have a small thank you from our art group. So if you'll please stay, we're going to have some cocktails, apparently no mushrooms, and there should be wine. Thank you all. Have a great time.
cards in my bag. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank
Yeah, exactly. So by the end of the year, we
Right, no, and so
Turns out